Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Air Corps, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Where it's called birds. Cause yeah!
Buckle up for exhilaration simulator flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mommy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week.
Be part of our crew. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
Looking at the planes, I saw one plane getting taken off, I really enjoyed it.
Looking at the helicopters, I thought they were really cool. Planes as well are really cool. It's mad how big they are in person.
Probably working as a plane mechanic, I think it's very interesting.
Welcome to TYHub Let's Talk podcast here live in Casement Aerodrome. We are joined today by a lot of members of the Irish Air Corps in the FTS hangar, and we are going to talk about all the different career pathways that you can come and work here and have a fantastic career. We are delighted to be joined by three members from HQ. First to kick us off this morning, and we have Captain Colin Tracy, Captain Owen Stanley, and Lieutenant Pádraig Hallahan, and I almost messed that one up as well. So, and we're joined today as well by Alex. Alex is a TY student, and he is looking to go into aviation eventually. If you have any questions at all, please do pop them up in the comment section, and we will ask them for you live during the webinar. So we have four segments today. 4 breaks in between as well, and we have some fun and funny videos in between there as well. So please do stay in contact, give us a shout, and if you have any questions after today, just pop us an email or visit www.military.ie, and I'm sure everyone here will be delighted to have you ask millions of questions. So today we're starting with Captain Owen Stanley from the MTS.
Indeed, yep. My name's Owen Stanley. I'm the commanding officer of the military training school here in the Air Corps. It's part of what's known as the Air Corps College, where we have our military training school, we have our flying training school, and our technical training school. So we fight, fix, and fly is kind of our motto. And my role is much like a school principal, in that anyone that joins the Air Corps will spend their first 13 weeks with me completing what's known as induction training, or traditionally recruit training. And that's where you learn to become a soldier. It's all your basic soldiering skills, from learning how to march, or what we call foot drill. It's your weapons training, your weapons handling, or what we call marksmanship, and basic map reading principles, and what we call navigation. It's fairly intensive, and it can be a shock to the system for a lot of people, because for the first time, for some people, it's their first time away from home for such a long sustained period of time. But it's nothing thousands of people haven't done before you, and thousands of people won't do after. There's a real emphasis on teamwork, and a real emphasis on developing yourself. You'll learn a lot about yourself from a physical and a mental perspective, because there's a lot of physical training every day, or what we call PT. So that's your traditional group runs and your circuit training. So yeah, we look after all of that from start to finish. And once you finish with us at the end of the 13 weeks, you'll either go to the TTS to start your technical training as an AMT, or you'll branch off into other career sides of the Air Corps, be that what it is. If anyone wants to hit me up with some questions, or I'm talking too much, by all means.
No, fire away. I'm just pointing it to the camera.
Okay.
With the recruit training, is it all the same? Because we have 4 different. Oh, I forgot about the microphone. Here's me telling you to look at the camera, and I forget about the mic. Sorry about that. I'll ask that one again. So with all the different pathways into the Air Corps, so you have pilots, we have the technician traineeship, and general service. Does everybody do the same military training at the start?
It varies slightly, and the majority will spend the first 13 weeks doing their induction training or recruit training. However, and Pork will allude to this later, if you come in through a cadetship route, you will go straight to the Curragh, and you'll complete your military training in the cadet school. So that's the only variant, but the start of military life for anyone involves military training of some respect, be it 13 weeks, be it 26 weeks, or be it maybe a year, depending on the route you take.
And then throughout your career here, do you have to go through that again?
Yeah, well, it's not that you go through the same thing again, but there's different career paths, and it's different rank structure. So if you want to get promoted and move from your initial rank, there are elements of military training interspersed throughout your career. And not necessarily mandatory in that you don't have to progress on. Like, there's certain guys will be happy doing certain jobs, certain roles. But yeah, generally as you move up through the ranks, there'll be stints of military training. It could be 2 weeks, it could be 4 weeks, 6 weeks. It just depends on what you're doing. But by that stage, you're in a few years, you're quite well seasoned. It's not a shock to the system, and it wouldn't be as robust, say, as would be your initial training. But
and then they move on to the technicians, move on to yourself, Colin, and then the pilots move on to yourself, Porrick, and here in the FTS. So I think, will we jump over to technical first? Technicians?
Yeah,
first?
so technicians. So Captain Colin Tracy is my name. I'm the 2IC in the technical training school, also Air Corps College. And we train the technicians for the Air Corps. Obviously, we need pilots to fly the aircraft, but without technicians to maintain the fleet, they're not going anywhere. So we are a EASA accredited school. So when we run the B11, B13 and the B2 course, which means we can qualify to be a rotary wing technician, a fixed wing technician, or an avionics technician. And we're the only school in the country that can qualify people in all three of those disciplines. And then we're also affiliated with TUD. So graduates from the school also get a level 7 degree when they complete the course as well. So for someone who comes in through the AMT stream, the Aircraft Maintenance Technician stream, they start off with Captain Stanley in the MTS doing their recruit training. And then they come over to us then, and it's into the technical training then. So the day-to-day, it's like being in college, basically. It's classes all day, Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, it's theoretical training. And then normally on Tuesdays and Thursdays, it's practical training. So we have work training workshops as well. You do the full suite of EASA modules, and you finish off with a dissertation. So on qualification then, after 3.5, 4 years, you're a qualified EASA licensed technician, and you have your level 7 degree, and you're posted into one of the hangars then to maintain the fleet here.
And when you say when you've done the 3 years and you get your EASA license, is that for all three? Or do you have to go specific before you finish off?
Yeah, no, so we will offer all three. So all the students in TTS are offered the full suite of modules. Not all students will be successful across all three, but it's open to everybody. And the vast majority would be qualified in all three kind of streams, so fixed wing, rotary and avionics. And then where you're posted after that, then you do get the opportunity to give your preference. But obviously, if we have some new helicopters and we need more helicopter technicians, you get posted there, or wherever you're required.
So you just brought that up, new helicopters. So there might be some new, but there's some new aircraft in already anyway. Yeah. When they finished their training and the new helis come in, or the new fixed wings. From the fantastic new Kazas that are there, and the beautiful new jet that arrived as well, and I'm sure that there's some new, I'm going to say, toys coming soon. For obviously that they're new, you are going to have to kind of stay up to date with the training, just like if you were going up in rank. Yeah. You have to kind of come back to TTS then.
Absolutely. Well, it's not necessarily your initial training as a technician is run through TTS. And thereafter, once you're posted into the operational hangars, TTS will run some courses for qualified technicians, but it's often the case that we will send our technicians away then to the likes of Airbus or Leonardo, or whoever the manufacturer of the aircraft is, for type-specific training. So there's kind of ongoing training throughout your career as a technician in the Air Corps. Yeah.
Super. And we'll go over to Porrick. You're based here in the FTS.
Yeah,
no?
I'm working here in FTS. My name's Lieutenant Porrick Callahan. I'm working as a qualified flight instructor here, so training pilots how to fly every day. Not just flying training, we do all the ground school elements as well. So that's kind of my day-to-day job here at the minute. For anyone looking to become a pilot in the Air Corps, you would join, kind of like you're saying, do all the military training first. Our one's a little bit different in that we're not just looking for pilots, but we're looking for officers within the Defence Forces, so leaders essentially. So the military training's a little bit longer. It takes about 10 months at the minute, so that's why, like Owen was saying, we send all of our cadets down to the Curragh. They do all their training down there, and then they come back up before they commence into their flying training here then. In that then we do the EASA exams, the IA examinations, so to cover all the theory elements of flying training.
And that's part of the ground school, is it?
That's part of the ground school, right. Yeah. So you'd have your military training done first, then you come back up here as a cadet still. You do your ground school. That takes approximately 9 to 10 months, and then you would start into your flying training here on the PC9. So you'd start off with
and that's the lovely one behind us here.
Lovely one, as you can see here behind us, yeah. And then that comprises of about a year's training as well. So all in all, it's about probably 3.5 years training, I would say, to become going from a cadet to a winged officer in the Irish Air Corps.
And when you're a winged officer, because I think we just had a ceremony on Friday, was it?
Yeah.
So if we all heard the airplanes flying over, that was for the ceremony. It looked amazing. You had fabulous weather again, as always. Well, I'm going to say as always for the wings anyway. Yeah. But you also have helicopters here. So how do you do the training for the different types of being pilot?
So all initial applicants looking to become pilots would all fly the PC9 first. So you do approximately 150 hours to 160 hours flying the PC9 first, and then afterwards, if you're looking to become a helicopter pilot, you'd stream out then. So you basically get the choice at the end of your wings course if you want to become a helicopter pilot or remain fixed wing pilot. So yeah, you can stream out then.
Great, that's fantastic. And I'll give it back to Owen. He's gonna love me by the end of it. Yeah, he's gonna love me. What types of students or strengths would suit coming here? Like, do you have to have specific qualities as a young person, or can you start?
Yeah, absolutely, you can start. It's a fresh platform, looking for people from all walks of life, and the more diverse, the better. Especially for group dynamics of a new team coming together, essentially. But we'll teach you what we need you to be, but really what helps people coming in is having that good work ethic and having patience, having that innate drive, that bit of self-determination. And as you see, when you spend 13 weeks together with a group of people, teamwork is so important. It's about becoming part of something that's bigger than yourself. So you're probably the least important person in the room all the time, because you're always trying to help the person next to you, and that's what we're looking for. But it's you don't need any major qualifications to come in. We'll instill in you what we believe you should have to be part of the Air Corps. And if I was to be really succinct about it, teamwork is the big one.
Big one. And what advice would you give a student who is interested in but doesn't know which route to take? So we have, we kind of briefly went on general service. General service we're going to talk about later on, but that's such a huge, it's massive. It's from rear crew to chef to ground crew as well, fire crew, everything, so it's massive. And then you have the technicians and then the pilots. So like you said, it's teamwork, but you're also together for 13 weeks, or in your case 10 months. So your group, they're not huge groups either. They're quite, they're like a class that you have now in school. So you're going to
20
be
to
a
35
family.
people.
20
to 35 people, and you'll be living with each other, working together day to day, working long evenings together. But regards what streams or what role you come into them, if you know what you want, if you know you want to be a pilot or you're interested in that side of aviation, then 100% the flying training school and an Air Corps cadetship, flying cadetship is the one for you. We also have ATC cadetships now as well, so air traffic controllers or air traffic service is called. If you're technically minded and that's your aptitude, I know a lot of guys I joined with, we all did engineering in school, we all did construction, technical design, and there was a natural pull from that cohort of people towards the technical side of the house. And then if you're just not sure and you want a career in aviation, then general service is probably the one to apply, because as you said, once you finish your initial training, there's so many branches. And if you just need that little bit more time to decide, then I would advise that's the one to go for.
And also, like you said, when you have a little bit more time to decide, if you don't succeed in your first application with whether it's for the cadetship or for the technicians program, you can try again. There's no limit to that.
No, of course
you go through your interview stages. You may not get in on the fitness side of things, but then you can go through the little extra fitness and come back and try it again. And if you don't get the cadetship, you can always start off in the general service or a technician and do your courses with that, and then work your way up
we've had
within
so many
the system
people,
as well.
So many people come from a GSR route, maybe spend a year or 2 years or even less in some cases, then go, actually really interested in a cadetship, and go that route from there as well, because they probably have a little bit more working knowledge of the place and understand things a little bit more. But if you are looking for information, the website military.ie is excellent. It's regularly updated. All the information is there about when we're recruiting, what streams we're recruiting for. All the terms and conditions are there. There's a fitness program to follow. There's videos on the fitness test, so the type of sit-ups and push-ups you'll have to do. So there's nothing hidden. There's no secrets out there. We want people to join, so it's very accessible to get that information.
And I'll just, while you said military.ie, you guys are very active on Instagram as well. So if you want to know when the next competitions are up, and that's basically when to apply for a career here, check out the Instagram, the Irish Air Corps Instagram account, because they will always have it up there. Straight. I mean, like, there's one coming up now for the TTS in the next few weeks. We don't have a date yet, but do keep an eye on Instagram for that one. I'll mention it throughout the live stream as well. I think I'm done with asking questions, but I'm going to pass it over to Alex and see, has he got a few for you?
I just throw in Stanley there. Like, as a TY student, picking the subjects now. In my school, I know we have until the end of this week to pick our subjects for Leaving Cert. So we have 2 years ahead of us next. Any subjects you'd recommend for students picking their subjects this year?
Yeah, great question. So if you look at it from stream, so if you know that you want to come in as an A&T and you want to work on aircraft as a maintenance technician, the subjects I'd be focusing on would be maths, physics, engineering, construction, tech design, anything with a technical aptitude with that. If I wanted to be a pilot, and that's what you're set on, maths and physics, again, they span all of aviation. From a GSR perspective, it doesn't really matter, because people when they come into GSR, we find that they're the ones who aren't just quite sure what they want to do yet, but they just want to be in the military. So I wouldn't be too concerned about what subjects you pick from a GSR route, but definitely keeping the technical realm if you want to move into a technical stream.
And then a lot of people were asking me, obviously I posted on TikTok and about pilot training, obviously the airline part, but now I'm learning more about the military part of this. So people, myself even, we all have some struggles in maths. A lot of people say that they struggle in maths. Is maths, a big part of becoming a pilot?
The levels that,
Yeah.
The one thing I have learned from working alongside you over the last couple of years is that it's not based on your CAO. So it's not based on your points that you need to require, but there are levels that you need to do to get. So it's different for each of them as well. So I'll let them explain that one to you.
Yeah, I suppose from our perspective, so my background, I actually came in as an aviation maintenance technician. And like that, I was really fearful of the maths. But when you're working, it's not necessarily like school when everyone goes home and you don't see each other the next day. You work together as a group, and you're living here on camp as a group after mostly. So you're spending all your evenings, and there's an awful lot of pure learning. And for me, it was that hour or two or three times a week with the group. Things clarified so quickly. And again, it's not like maths in the traditional sense. There's a practical sense to it. So you're thinking about what you're actually doing. You're using the maths to do something. So it's not massively complicated. And I always say, maths doesn't change. It's just that once you know the formulas, all the changes are the numbers. So you know the formula, just change the numbers and you'll be just fine. But the instructors we have here are excellent. We've got people who've come in with every level of education, and they've made it through if they just apply themselves and they just put that little bit of work in, and that's all it takes.
And then one last question, just for you, Pork. What would a typical day for you look as one of the pilots here?
Here at the minute, I'm instructing, so I'm bringing up student pilots every day. Yesterday, we just finished with the classes. Fiona's saying there on Friday, so we had a bit of practice. I just went up for a solo flight yesterday to get some practice back in, and then we went for a trip to Sligo as well. But any other typical day, I'd probably do 2 flights with students. Some other days, then I could be in the classroom teaching them ground school here as well. So that would kind of be a typical days.
Is there a flight sim here?
There's flight sim here, just in the building beside us. So that was installed when we got the PC9s first as well. So an exact replica of the PC9. It's a fixed train device, so it doesn't move, but absolutely unbelievable for our students, and that is running almost 24/7 with students in it as well, getting practice in. So plenty of time to practice.
That's everything,
Yeah. You done?
Yeah.
All right.
That wasn't too bad. Any last advice, Colin, do you think?
Keep in touch with the Instagram channel, I think, because we do put an awful lot of information out there. As Owen said, if you are unsure, if you do want to serve in the military, but you're unsure what path, I think the GSR, the General Service Recruitment, is a great way to come in, because once you're in, you can apply for all the different streams when you're in. So for someone who's unsure, I would certainly keep that option open. Of course, if you know you want to be a technician or a pilot, you have those routes available from the get-go as well. But yeah, keep in touch with the Instagram. I think is the best advice I have for information.
You have to go back and teach some classes there for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we've got 35 students to get qualified.
To get qualified. So we'll thanks so much for joining us already and kickstarting today's live stream. I hope everybody is getting ready with their questions. Up next is the aircraft maintenance technicians, or AMT, and we will be back with them now in 2 minutes. So don't go away.
Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Air Corps, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Where's called pirates?
Buckle up for exhilaration simulator flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mammy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week.
Be part of our crew. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
Looking at the planes, I saw one plane getting taken off. I really enjoyed it.
Looking at the helicopters, I thought they were really cool. Planes as well are really cool. It's mad how big they are in person.
Probably working as a plane mechanic. I think it's very interesting.
Welcome back. Sorry, it took us a bit of rearranging because we had to change the chairs. And we are now joined by Airman Conor Howard and Airman Ross Kelly. Ross Kelly, you're a trainee and you're based here in the fixed wing. So this is our first career spotlight, and we're going to be talking about the aircraft maintenance technician. And I'm pretty sure you've gone through three name changes now at this point, and you've gone through two now. But this is what we're sticking with. So it's the basic guts of it all is that you're aircraft maintenance technician, an engineer, and that's what you're going to be looking after for for the rest of your career,
Yeah.
probably. So to start off, can you introduce yourself and tell us what I know I've gone through your name and rank, but what exactly is your role here?
So yeah, I'm an aircraft maintenance technician. And I've been up in this unit now in FTS for 11 months. I passed out from my apprenticeship last year, and so I'm in charge of maintaining the aircraft here. Underneath my crew leaders, who'd be corporals, they'd be a rank above me, so I'm still an airman. So yeah, we do the daily maintenance of the aircraft, whether you're on crew or not. If you're on crew, you come in maybe half an hour earlier, you leave later as well. So as anything to CT washes with the aircraft, just making sure that we keep them all serviceable so that they can fly. And that's basically what we do in the day-to-day, just make sure we keep the maintenance of the aircraft.
What does that mean, being on crew or not being on crew?
Being on crew means you come in earlier and you finish later. So if something happens with the aircraft on that day, the crew is set aside. So they go on straight away and they make sure that's fixed. So if there's a bigger problem with one of the aircraft, if you're not in crew, you could be doing that. Like maybe changing a main landing gear, like wheel or something like that. So if you're on crew, you probably will be busier. You're doing a lot more of the jobs around the hangar. And if you're not, then you might be doing a bigger job or filling out your logbook, kind of stuff like that, you know. So.
And you're based here in the
I'm
FTS,
based in FTS,
so
yeah.
you get to work on
I
the
work on
PC9s.
yeah.
Okay, brilliant. And Ross, you're a trainee in the TTS, so you're lots of abbreviations here in the Air Corps. And how long are you trainee now?
I'm in the TTS now in the school for just under 2 years. So I joined the school last year in 2024 in around September. So I've 1 year of academic studies done, and I'm just finished my second year, and next year it will be the third year, my final year in the TTS. So I joined the TTS after our military training, which is approximately 6 months duration in total, and I achieved the airman rank. And then I'm in the school learning all my theory, all my EASA modules, who we are governed by, and this will prepare me to potentially and hope to go to a position like Connor is now, a qualified aircraft maintenance technician. And so that's the goal now, hopefully this time next year, to be fully done, hopefully.
And I can totally tell why we abbreviate everything here. And what does your typical day look like?
Yeah, so my day is quite different to Connor's. At the moment, it's a lot more theory based because we are in class, we're doing modules. At the moment, I'm doing a module on gas turbines, which is your jet engines and all of that. And it's basically college. So we do a module and we sit our exam. And you're probably looking at that like, oh, it's all theory, but there's a lot of practical elements to it as well, because that's just as important as theory. So at the moment, we have practicals every Tuesday and Thursday. And in the TTS, we have training aircraft. So we have an Alouette, which is a retired Air Corps aircraft, along with a Cessna or Reams Rocket 172, an ex-Air Corps aircraft as well. So we do all of our practical work on them aircraft. So it could be inspections, it could be wheel changes, and all the work Connor would be doing, but just on a training aircraft that isn't actually flying because we're not qualified yet.
So you're allowed to make mistakes.
Exactly, and that's the main thing. Mistakes are allowed, and they're needed to learn from as well. And it happens to the best of us.
Yeah, I'm sure they do, because it's not like putting a Lego together. Like, you know, there's a lot of bit nuts and bolts, and you know, oil can be leaking out of somewhere that you're just kind of, oh no, that's pipe wasn't put in properly. So you're learning all of that now. So an Alouette is a helicopter.
Yeah, it's a French helicopter. It was in the Air Corps for years, and it's only in the last 2 decades has retired. So it's all the core elements that we're learning in the school are evident on the helicopter. The gas turbine, we're able to do our inspections on it, learn a big thing is learning how to use the tools, such as a borescope it's a camera for visual inspections, and all of this we build upon, and it prepares us for up camp like Connor for our day-to-days in a couple of years.
And do you get to come up camp then as well?
Yes, so during the summertime, our lecturers are on leave, and we, during June and July, it's like TY work experience ourselves, where we would go up to the various units around the Air Corps, such as FTS, where Connor is, or number 3, the helis. And I suppose it's work experience, work shadowing. We shadow and learn from the qualified technicians the tricks of the trade as such. And we see what a day-to-day is like as a qualified technician. And it's very beneficial as it helps us kind of visualize what we're learning from our notes as well.
Yeah, lots of notes. I'm sure there's reams and reams of notepads going through.
Yeah.
And do you live on base?
Yeah, so I live it's called the Apprentice Hostel. So that's where all of the trainees that opt to live in and stay on the barracks stay during the week. And you can go home during the day any weekend if you want, but it's very beneficial because I'm from Tullamore and that's a bit of a trek away now if I'm going up and down every day. So, and the accommodation is more than adequate in all fairness. Like, it wouldn't be 5-star hotel, but it has everything you need, and it has the internet for studying. It has all your facilities, food, the whole lot. So it's definitely something that is worth mentioning, I suppose.
And so you're 11 months out.
Yeah, I'm 11 months out of the
and do you still live on base, or you?
I did until Christmas time.
Okay.
So when I moved out, and so I was living here all through the apprenticeship as well, and I actually only recently moved out of there, so I'm renting in Dublin at the moment. So.
Yeah, the R word.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What is the main difference, I suppose, between because you're so new into the FTS. So what have you seen that the biggest difference that you've noticed from being a trainee to being qualified and in here?
Oh, well, like when you're in the school, of course, 90% of the time you're in the classroom. Of course, you do your practical tasks as well. And like the theory it's tough. It really is tough. And like any practical days, you can't wait for them really because it's so enjoyable. Like a lot of people learn more practically than they do in theory based, as I would personally. But the biggest difference is just getting out of the classroom. And it's a big relief to be out of school because it is really tough. It's a long 3 years, and to be out and working in the hangar, it's a lot better. But you do all your practical tasks as well in the school. As I said, 90% in the in the classroom, and being out it makes a big difference. You actually get to work on the hangar all day instead of being sitting down, learning, going through those heavy, dense notes.
You're getting to use the notes.
Yeah, it is heavy, dense, but it's good. You learn a lot, really, you do.
Yeah, because you're learning as you're going, progressing
exactly.
every day anyway, because it's like you're only a newbie really in the hangar, so you're still learning, but it's more hands-on.
And as Ross said, when you do your up camp stints, like instead of college where you go home for your 3 months or whatever, you're up camp getting your practical experience for all those summer months, and you go to different units and you get to see kind of which one you prefer, which one you'd like to put your recommendations in for when you're finished. So like I had a really good experience in FTS when I was up camp, so that's why I put it down as my first preference to come up here. So
he mentioned first preference. Ross, what's yours? Have you got one yet?
To be honest, I'm still thinking about it because each unit that I've been up camp to last year all have their own benefits, and I think this summer when I'm up camp doing the work experience will be a bit of a decider. But at the moment I do enjoy the fixed wing aircraft a lot more, so the PC-9s and the CASAs, the PC-12. So at the moment I'm a bit torn between FTS and number 1 operations wing at the moment.
And number 1 operations wing, that's CASA, is it? Yeah. Okay, so that's all the way up the other side of the base. Hopefully you'll get to see that now later on as well. What is the most rewarding part of your journey so far?
Personally, it's probably how far I've came. I find it very, I always like a challenge personally, and I always like challenging myself. So a big reward for me would probably be finishing the military aspect of the training, as it's something it's very tough, robust and challenging, but it's a great accomplishment to look back on and say, I have done that and completed it. And that's probably one of the most rewarding things. And then in the school, on the kind of more academic side, it's always good when you pass an exam that you've been studying for months beforehand, I suppose. It's always a great feeling. So it'd be very rewarding aspects so far.
For me, it'd be passing my apprenticeship, because when I first went into school, you do like your first modules would be maths and then physics, and I remember then I was like, God, I don't know will I be able to actually do this. This is really tough, and it's a 75% pass, like it's 75% to pass.
Yeah.
As opposed to when you're in school, it could be 40%. So I was kind of thinking, I don't know will I get through this. This is tough. So to pass all my modules and get through the school is definitely my biggest achievement, or most rewarding coming in. And then, of course, the military side as well. You learn a lot of discipline, especially coming straight out of school. It's completely different. You know, you come in and you get room inspections and everything like that. You learn a lot of discipline really in there. So
Yeah, I've heard a few things about room inspections. All right.
Yeah.
And you have to when you're in the training school, you walk together, you go for lunch together. Everything's when I say walk, it's probably march. But everything is done together. But when you're then suddenly put into crew, it's different, is it? You don't have to do all that every day. You have your own.
You almost earn the right to not have to do that anymore. That's what recruit training's for, you know. And you learn all that discipline, and then that's gone, and then you kind of earn some more freedom as you go up camp. But you still have that discipline in you.
You still have the discipline.
So it's always there.
Yeah, so it's not gone.
No, it's not gone.
Alex, have you got anything that you'd like to?
One question just for you, Conor Howard. Since you've become a qualified aircraft technician, like what's been the most enjoyable part? Like what's your favorite part of being an aircraft technician?
My favorite part is not sitting in front of a desk really all day. I'm out on my feet. I get to do a lot. I get to go up the ramp, ground run aircraft, for example. That's something all my friends would do at home. Working on aircraft itself it's a lot different to all my other friends' jobs. And just working on aircraft itself, you get to read manuals. You learn a lot really when you're up camp, and it's a lot more sophisticated as well. It really is interesting when you get into it. So,
And Ross, you're a trainee now. So what's been your favorite part of being a trainee?
Definitely the practical days, as Conor was saying, that you do get sick of sitting in front of the board and the notes, the thousands of notes. But no, I thoroughly enjoyed the practical days, as it's a taster of what's to come, and it's very enjoyable working with your tools, seeing how things actually work, and it's seeing how the aircraft work. It's fascinating.
Yeah. That's everything there, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
What is your last piece of advice that you would give to a student? So we're talking to TY, 5th and 6th year youth reach students. We're talking to even 3rd level students. So not everybody in the TTS has come straight from school. They've gone through college as well, and we'll be mentioning that throughout the day as well. But what advice would you give them to do what you're doing?
If I was saying that to anyone, if it's something you might be interested in, I'd always say there's no harm in trying it, to be honest, because although it's probably a bit of a different kind of career path, it's one that's very rewarding, and it is tough, but I think it's very rewarding, and it's kind of, suppose, it's enjoyable as well. It's different, and I would say go for it, and there's no harm in giving it a go. You might like it, I suppose. So.
Thanks so much. Do you have a last bit of advice as well, Conor?
If you were really thinking of coming and you were maybe what subjects to pick, I would say maths and physics would be a big one for the school, especially because there is a lot of that in depth throughout your 3 years, just as a piece of advice. And if you are thinking of coming, I would say definitely just give it a shot. See, you would most likely like it a lot more than you think. Surprisingly, you'll enjoy the military training and the bond you have with your colleagues as you progress in your career. So
the military training, some of it is like being on an adventure.
It is, but when you're with your friends as well, there's a really good bond there. So
and your class group, how big were they?
In my class, there was 12 of us in my apprentice class.
And how many of them have come to FTS with you?
FTS, there's 3 in my class,
3.
including myself, so 3 is.
Wow.
We're all 3 of us came to FTS, 3 went to Helis, and 3 went to number 1, and then there was 1 in avionics. So it was, we all got split up.
all got split up in
Yeah.
different ways, but you're still in contact. You're still
Yeah, of
together.
course.
in-
We all
in
got our
ways.
preferences as well, so
Okay,
it worked out
brilliant.
perfectly. Yeah,
Brilliant.
It really
That's
is,
great to hear that y'all got your preferences.
Yeah.
Was it when you were thinking about this? Was the fact that you didn't have to go through the CAO, was that a help, or like how did you feel about that when it came to?
Believe it or not, before I came here, I did apply for the CAO, and it was to do a very similar course to this down in Carlow. And at the time of me applying for the CAO, the course, the AMT wasn't open yet, so I was more waiting for this to open as it was my first choice. But I am glad that I am here rather than through the CAO now, because not only am I getting the same, I suppose, qualification, it's so much more to it other than the qualification. Like as Conor was saying, the bonds and the friends you make throughout the training or even in the school, they're lifelong, and they're friends that you can rely on as well, which is always great to have in your life. And there's plenty of memories that you make as well. And not only that there's no commuting there for me, say, is living on the barracks. And then we do earn a wage as well, because it is work at the end of the day.
Earning while you learn, I think, is
Exactly.
a great way to go forward, isn't it? Well, thanks so much for joining us this morning and kickstarting the actual spotlights of all the different career pathways in the Air Corps. I'm sure that you have to get back to class, and you're eager to get back onto working on one of the PC9s there. But thanks so much. Everybody, thanks for joining our first 1.5 section, I suppose, segment. So we're going to go on a short break. We'll be back in 10 minutes with air traffic control. So get your questions ready if you have any for then, and visit military.ie for any of the competitions that's coming up. Now, actually, Ross, you did say something that I'm going to repeat it really, really quickly, is you did apply for the CAO because the AMT wasn't up at the same time. So the AMT competition should be opening up towards the next few weeks, definitely by the end of May anyway. So keep an eye on the Instagram pages for the Irish Air Corps, and it's always another option, and you go through the interviews and everything like that. So give it a go. That's what we're going to leave that one is. Give it a go. Thanks so much, and see you in 10 minutes.
Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Air Corps, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Where it's called pirates. Cause here.
Buckle up for exhilaration simulation flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mommy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week.
Be part of our crew. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
Looking at the planes, I saw one plane getting taken off. I really enjoyed it.
Looking at the helicopters, I thought they were really cool. Planes as well are really cool. It's not how big they are in person,
Probably working as a plane mechanic. I think it's very interesting.
This is my crew. We're a tight bunch. We do everything together. I depend on them, and they depend on me. When we say we'll be there, we will be there. In fact, you can bet your life on us. We're like family. When I'm with them, I feel like I belong. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
3 from Panther 1, it's an Irish Aircrew Learjet 45. The tail number is 258 and the crew are taking pictures of us.
You can be more. More than you ever dreamed. You can be at the edge of your seat. Be overseas. Be playing sports. Be qualified in a trade or skill. The person any employer wants right away. Be a better, stronger person. Whatever you want to be. Be more with the Irish Defence Forces.
Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Airport, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Pirates call pirates.
Buckle up for exhilaration simulator flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mommy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week. Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Airport, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Pirates call pirates.
Buckle up for exhilaration simulator flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mommy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week.
Be part of our crew. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
Looking at the planes, I saw one plane getting taken off. I really enjoyed it.
Looking at the helicopters, I thought they were really cool. Planes as well are really cool. It's mad how big they are in person.
Probably working as a plane mechanic. I think it's very interesting.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed our little ad break there. Some videos from our TY week here in the Air Corps, as well as the Air Corps fantastic videos that they create themselves to show all the different variety of careers and days and things that they do, especially the photography unit. They do get to see from a bird's eye view point of view a lot of the times, and it's great to have that documented. So our next pathway is air traffic control, and we're joined by Lieutenant Killian Toll. Tall. Sorry about that. And you're air traffic services, that's what it's called here, but you're an air traffic controller.
Yeah.
Great. Can you tell us about?
Yeah, so I'm after coming into air traffic control about a year and a half ago now at this stage, so I'm still on the course now at the moment. So what it entails essentially is if you want to join now as a cadetship, we're after starting a cadetship 2 years ago, so we're in our third year of the cadetship at the moment. So you apply through military.ie, the exact same as every other way into the military, and you'll get sent out a psychometric test. So you complete that at home, and then if that's all successful, you get invited then into the second stage of the competition, which is in the Air Corps here itself, where you'll do your fitness test and another psychometric test just to make sure that you were the one who did them at home. And then a few other tests then throughout the day and a group assessment. And then if you're successful at that stage, the only difference then I guess with the pilot cadetship and the ATC one then is you do what's called a feast and a dare test, which is aimed directly at air traffic control, and that's to assess if you're suited towards the career.
Is that like a stress test?
Not really, no. It's essentially another psychometric test. The feast test it's a different form, but it's essentially another one, and you can find all these things online that you can practice them. And then you do a dart test, which is kind of like a radar test, essentially, where you've got aircraft, you're controlling the sector on a computer, and with different airways coming in and out of it, where you put planes on headings, that kind of thing, and try and keep them separated as best you can. Like it's designed towards a normal person who's never experienced anything to do with ATC, and just to see how you handle it. And then if you're successful in that stage, you get invited back to the Air Corps then for an interview. If you pass that, then you're obviously invited to join, where you'll go down to the Curragh to do the difference then between the Army, Air Corps and all that kind of thing. You only do 3 months down at the Curragh. Obviously everyone joining the military has to do a little bit of military training, but it's only 3 months for air traffic control. So from you start around October time, finish up by Christmas. When you finish that, then you head over at the moment over to Spain. That can change every year, but for the last 2 years it's been Spain. I got to go over to Spain, which is a great experience. 6 months outside of the DF, where you go over. I went to FTE, flying training in Europe, where airline pilots would go and train. But they're after moving now about half an hour south to a place called Gate Aviation. It's a Danish school in the south of Spain. nothing but good things to say about that. It was a great experience to kind of go and live abroad for a few months.
Is that your highlight?
So far, I'd say, yeah, it was brilliant. Obviously, learned a lot over there as well. You go over, you do a basic phase first maybe 6 weeks. It's all theory based, so kind of similar to what pilots will go through in theory, just not as in depth. But it's obviously an overlap there between flying and air traffic control that you do need to have an understanding from the pilot's point of view. And then there's your own thing that you need to study for air traffic control to do with the likes of airspace, separation standards, all that kind of stuff. But that's 6 weeks long with a few exams at the end, nothing too difficult. You finish that then and you actually come home then, or you can go on holidays, whatever you want, but you get a week off at the end of it. And then you go back across to Spain to start your tower rating. So that's the cadetship is actually aimed at getting a tower rating first. A lot of people come in and they ask questions about radar and stuff like that. You don't initially qualify in radar, you qualify in tower first when you're working up in the control tower itself. So that's about 10 weeks then in Spain. So you get your tower rating over there. Same again, you get a week off at the end, and then you go back and you do an approach procedural, so rating. That's essentially that you're controlling you can bring aircraft back in procedurally without radar, one at a time is what we do in BAL. But yeah, you finished in Spain, that's 6 months all in. You get maybe 2 weeks off at the end of it, come back during the summer then, and you'll kick into your training here in Baldona. So it's the same again, do a bit of theory at the start to do with all of our local procedures that we deal with here in Baldona, especially for new cadets coming in who wouldn't know about it, and all they've kind of learned is the civilian side of the house over in Spain. So it's kind of to get you back into the military frame of mind and how we work here. All in, that's another 3 or 4 weeks, I'd say, with a small exam at the end. It's nothing too difficult, and then you'll kick into your tower rating. So one of the things we have here, I don't know if I'm rambling on, but I'll keep going.
No, keep going.
We have
You're covering everything, actually. And do you know, out of all the careers that I have chatted about here at the Aircrew, I haven't actually talked much about air traffic control.
Yeah, it's kind of
it's the big thing that's here in the middle of the base,
exactly,
so.
And everyone who wants to go flying
has to use it.
has to talk air traffic control. So it's a big part of the Aircrew. But so when you come back, then I'll get back into it. We have to do what's called FDA, so Flight Data Assistant. So the controller up in the tower has an assistant sitting beside him, and essentially, as the air traffic controller, you're in charge of the assistant as well. So it's important for us to know what job they do. So we do 40 hours of live training on that side as well as the tower side. So the FDA, let's say, they'd be involved in taking flight plans in. Obviously, being in Dublin, there's a lot of building going on now in the vicinity of the aerodrome. So a lot of drones are looking to get up and take pictures of building sites and stuff. So every time a drone wants to get up, they need to ring the tower here for prior permission. So that would go through the FDA side, vehicle movements on the apron and all that kind of thing. So they're in charge of all that. But then as the air traffic control, you do have to do 40 hours of training on that side of the house as well. And then you kick into your live training. So before you do your live training, obviously, they won't throw you in the deep end. You do a few simulators. So we do have a simulator here in BAL where you'll start off with just VF4 movements, so visual flight rules. Then you go into IF4, and then you do a mix of both. So then when you go up into the tower, you're kind of ready for it as much as you can be. When you are in the tower then for your live training, you've always got an instructor beside you. Especially at the start, they can kind of walk you through different things. And as you can imagine, it's when you get on the mic, it's fairly nerve-wracking for the first time. And you don't want to make mistakes, but you are encouraged to make mistakes as you learn from them, you know what I mean? So it's you've got your instructor standing beside you at all times. If you do make a mistake, they can jump in and they can rectify it. So there's no stress there. And the aim is to do 90 hours of live training on the tower side then before you do your assessment and qualify. And then you're qualified then to work alone up in the tower by yourself with your assistants sitting beside you.
I was going to say, so how many people are up in the control tower here in BAL?
So at any one time, when just operationally, we'll have one air traffic controller and one flight data assistant sitting beside them, and then we've obviously a radar controller downstairs when they're in position. That's obviously if you've got aircraft going out past the airfield, let's say. And the air traffic controller in the tower itself works within, it's called the Romeo 15 and the R15. That's the vicinity where we control visually. Once they go out to their training areas, then down to the south and southwest, out towards Kildare, out on Offaly, different areas. we'll activate our radar service, which is like a block of airspace that we, from the surface or 2,000 feet all the way up to whatever altitude the pilots want to fly up to. But we can book that airspace then, and we hand them over then to the radar, and then they control them before they hand them back over to us then, and we control them in the circuit and different things here.
Right, so you do a bit of admin for the pilots as well then?
Yeah, so the pilots are bringing up with their flight plans, we follow the flight plans for them, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We do, we try and help them out as much as we can, because like I said, ATS, Air Traffic Services, we try and provide as good of a service as we can. Yeah.
And what stage are you at now? Are you doing...
Yeah, so I'm in my final stage.
Okay.
I'm very close to finishing, hopefully in the next few weeks. Yeah, it's been a long enough road, but it is very rewarding. It's a great unit to work in at the moment. It's very tight knit. Not too many people working up there, and we've all the lads and
but it's getting busier as well, isn't it?
Oh, it's always busy. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, so we're always trying to get people in. Like I said, we're in our third year of the cadetship now, so we've 2 cadets at the moment, and then there's another 2 girls over in Spain at the moment due to come back this summer. So and then obviously the cadetship just closed there, so we're going to hopefully get another 2 or 3 this year. So yeah, the numbers are going to pick up.
So the cadetship opens kind of January, February every year, doesn't it? Yeah.
So it's I think it was the 8th of March this year, but it changes every year. So.
It changes, but it's kind of like the start of the first quarter of the year. You can keep an eye out for the cadetship anyway for ATC. And I think pilot was at the same time.
It was.
But so you're. What's your rota like? So what way would you like? Would just work? Like how many hours? And
at the moment, it's great Monday to Friday, 9 to 5.
Okay,
it's great.
Super.
So, because I'm in training, obviously I need to be there when the instructors are there. So I kind of try and get as many busy hours as I can when as many aircraft are up flying as possible, just to see how you handle the busy situations. But then it's also important that you can control it when it's quiet as well. So you're kind of expected to be able to pick it up at a moment's notice when it does get busy. But we've obviously got the likes of the PC-9s, student pilots training, helicopters. We've got the CAS going out on maritime patrols, the government jet. So it can be very busy in the likes of the morning when we're trying to get them all out. And then obviously, unlike Dublin Airport where it's just constant arrivals and departures, like I said, we've helicopters coming in at different speeds. Just all around the area.
And then there's also the air ambulance from here as well.
Yeah. So that would be like some priority traffic, and the guards are here as well. So they can call priority at any time, and then it's up to us as air traffic control. They're now the priority to get, obviously, if someone's life is at hand, like, or if the guards need to get out somewhere, they take priority over any of the training air traffic. So we need to essentially get everyone out of the way. These guys are coming through.
It's kind of like red alert. Everybody move.
That's the side that's different about military control than the likes of Dublin.
If you have a small, a tighter airspace and you're working within just the aircraft that are here. So
and
it's
as you
all
can imagine,
military.
we're also based in Dublin, so we're kind of in the middle of it. So we've got Weston just to the north of us, and the Dublin are right beside us as well. So there's a lot of coordination that goes on between ourselves, Weston and Dublin. When, like, let's say Dublin, I think they were active in 1-0 yesterday, so on the easterly runway, but they're coming straight over Baldon. So if they want to get their aircraft down, they need to call us for permission, or same sort of thing. If we've got the guards going into Dublin City, we need to get onto Dublin and ask them, or give them a heads up the guards are coming in, just so they know that they can kind of factor it into their own planning. And then same thing when they come back to us, they give us a heads up before they come back, just to let us know.
And what kind of qualities or personality do you need to become? Maybe personality is not the right word, but kind of like qualities and skills that you would need for to be air traffic control, because it can be quite stressful, even when it's quiet. So you have to work under pressure. So what would be the best qualities then?
It's obviously known as a stressful job, but it's kind of, all our instructors always say, like, you fall back to the level of your training. So it's kind of problem solving be a big one, I guess. That you can kind of think on your feet. And it's like playing a game of chess sometimes, that you're trying to think a few steps ahead, or trying to think of different situations that could pop up when let's say you get a call from Dublin going, I've got the guards going back from the city now, and you've got a PC-9 in the circuit. It's like, right, if he calls now, where could I slot him in? Or if he calls 5 minutes later, or let's say the air ambulance starts up on the ramp now, where am I going to slot them in? So you're trying to think on your feet as much as possible. So problem solving be a big one. A lot of people probably imagine that you need to do the likes of maths or physics in school. Obviously we're talking transition years here. It's beneficial, but I've seen people come through who've never done that kind of thing before. So
And would gaming have anything?
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, like, you
yeah,
know, I'm
exactly
just trying to think, like, you know, the radar side of things. See the little blip on the screen. But when you're up in the tower, when you're up on top of the tower, you're not looking at the radar screen, are you?
No, so we've a monitor there which we can see where aircraft are, but we don't use that for separation. So we are looking out the window as much as possible. We can use that as an aid. Essentially, that we can consume the map in and out, and we can see then we've got our strips in front of us when aircraft are coming back, what time they're due at, and then if we see them on the screen, we can say we can throw up. It's called a QDM, so we can see what time they're back at essentially. And then the same thing, you're trying to think, and then right, he's back in the next 10 minutes. What airspace do we need to book? Do we need to coordinate with Dublin? Do we need to get a runway inspection? We've obviously got a bird control unit here. Or the CRS, the Crash Rescue Services, where we send them out to inspect the runways before we have any aircraft coming back in to make sure.
Because you don't want FOD on the runway.
Exactly.
And just for everybody that doesn't know what FOD is, it's foreign object debris. So you definitely don't want FOD around. So that's think twice where you put your paper and your rubbish, because it could end up on a runway. And
Only yesterday we had a balloon flying across.
A balloon?
Three balloons actually.
Oh my goodness.
Massive birthday balloons, And that's the exact same job as the controller up in the tower. You're looking out the window, you see that, and we rang BCU and he went out and picked them up then.
Right, okay, so they did come down.
Yeah,
right,
you wouldn't want, exactly. You wouldn't want to get them caught up in a propeller or anything like that.
So you're finishing up. How many years is it again for the air traffic control cadetship?
Would have been January last year.
Okay,
so about a year and a half.
And you'll be fully qualified sitting up in the tower on your own with your assistants and radar. Highlights so far, or is there something that you are surprised that you didn't know about before you went into ATC?
Yeah, it's funny because you think, I've done a bit of flying as well, so you think like you know the job of air traffic control from the pilot's point of view, but there's a lot more that goes on in the background. You as a pilot, you get your departure clearance and all that kind of stuff before you go off. You get clear takeoff, but there's obviously a lot more work that goes in behind the scenes. Like I said, coordination with different to book airspace, the runway inspections, all that kind of thing. There is a lot that goes in behind the scenes, and it's nice to get an appreciation of what they do. And obviously, that I'm getting to do it myself. It's a very rewarding career, I'd say. Yeah.
So, did you always know you wanted to work in aviation? Like ever since you were a young kid, did you know you wanted to work in aviation or control or something like that?
Yeah, obviously before we started, we were just chatting about that. When I was in transition myself, I did work experience in CityJet, and I loved it. Like from the time I was very young, it was always something I wanted to do. So I applied for AirNav when I was 19, and then I ended up going to college. So ATC has always been a big interest of mine as well, and flying. So I've kind of done. I'm kind of having a look at both of them now, which is great.
Did you do TY, or did you have TY in your school?
Yeah, I did TY. Kind of jumped in got as much of it out of it as I could. Got a jump seat flight over to London when I was 16, so that was brilliant. But yeah, it's mad. It's a great career, you know what I mean? Like, it's especially in Ireland, like probably one of the leading countries in aviation. Even though we are a small enough country, like it's brilliant.
Yeah, like in aviation, there's so many jobs, and even ATC is like. Everyone thinks about aviation, main thing is being a pilot, but ATC is a great part of it as well. Like
and if you did, like I said, I'm doing a bit of flying. A lot of the lads up in the tower would do a little bit of flying outside. It's they really do complement each other. It's great when you do go flying. You're always so odd, your comms are brilliant. But you get that from ATC. Like you're talking every day. So.
I did the AirNav program, the TY program this year. It's incredible. Like going up to control tower and just seeing how they work. They're so professional, working in a team. And even just being on the sims, just like talking to kind of pilots in a simulator, it's great fun, and just gives you kind of the other side of aviation that people don't really see, and even in the military part then. And are you open to work in the tower, are you?
Yeah. So we're hoping we can kind of, like I said, we're only in our third year of the cadetship here, so we're trying to push that as much as we can. I did get a civilian qualification as well from Spain, so a student air traffic control license essentially, which would qualify me to go and work in the likes of Dublin as a student controller, and then you get your rating there as well. So it's kind of, I don't know how you put it,
you're getting everything here.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're getting your training, you're getting your hands-on experience, and your hours as well, and you're getting paid. I think that's just going to be the whole thing today. Is like you're getting paid while you're
training.
Wage
as well. Especially when you go abroad, then you get an allowance as well. You're obviously on your cadet wage when you're over there, which it's a good wage, but you actually get a little bit more on top of that then just to keep you going, because you're away from base essentially. But if you go for the likes of Airnav, you do your training down in Shannon and you're given an allowance down there rather than a wage. So we obviously get our wage here with an allowance on top of that. So it's a great. A lot of people look at the military and they're kind of, oh geez, I don't want to join. I would have been like that when I was younger as well. Do you know what I mean? But it's like I said, you only do 2.5, 3 months in the Curragh, and that's more an appreciation for the military, that you're learning how to use weapons and all that kind of thing. Nothing too strenuous or too stressful. It's everyone's well capable, I'd say.
And would you have any preference of whether working in the tower or radar room?
So yeah, like I said, at the moment, it's just solely tower. Everyone starts there, and then maybe 2 or 3 years later down the line, you can go and do another qualification for radar. Which is great. Then it's another, you get like a bonus essentially when you're qualified on both. So the money side of the house is good as well. And then obviously being in the Air Corps, we can live on base, which is great. They're very cheap accommodations up in the heart of Dublin. And fed. Yeah. No, there's just nothing but perks.
And what would you say would be the biggest challenge as a controller here?
There's a good few challenges, and it is, like I said, I'd done a bit of flying, so that really did help me at the start, having an appreciation for but if you're coming in, it can be difficult at the start, do you know what I mean? It is designed in a way to build you up towards that, which is great. Like I said, you start with your VA4, then you do IF4, just them, and then you do a mixture of both, so you're not thrown in the deep end.
And it's one question here from the live here. So is there any difference, if any, between civil and military air traffic?
Yeah, so like I was saying, it's just the traffic that we kind of control, essentially. The likes of Dublin or Shannon or Cork or any of that predominantly would just be departures and arrivals. Obviously Dublin have their parallel runways, so they're just constantly going. So on paper, they have a lot more movements per day than we would here. But the traffic we have it's varied, you know what I mean? You have PC9, you could have 4 PC9s in the circuit. A circuit in a PC9 only takes 4 minutes, so they're taking off, they're coming around, they're landing straight away, and then we've got the guards who could call, and they're trying to get out in between them. Then we could have the PC12s going out on their ambulance. We could have the 139 heli going out on their ambulance. Then we have the CASA going out in between. That's a medium aircraft, and so you're thinking weight turbulence and all that. So there's a lot that goes.
And we can hear the heli going over now.
Exactly.
So it is constant. So between training, emergency, as well as the CAS then going out on the maritime patrol. So you do have that mix here.
And that's the main difference, I'd say.
So whereas the civilian air traffic control is, as you said, take out departures and arrivals, really.
And we do, the odd time we get civilian aircraft transiting through our airspace as well. So it's up to us to try and provide a service to them, and if we can get them through, we will. Like I said, we've got Weston just north of us here, so they've obviously got their own school there at NFC, so they'd from time to time try and pass through our own airspace, but they obviously need prior permission. And if we've got aircraft here and all that kind of stuff, we try and work them as much as we can.
How big is the airspace?
So the R15, I don't know, down towards around Kill, down in County Kildare. We've got our northern boundary up towards around Weston, and then it goes out towards the Ballinscore and the Gap in the mountains. So that's the R15, and then obviously when we radar in position, we've got our own military operating areas where they go down to the likes of out by Offaly, down to Clane, out towards Clane, Kill, Clock, down that direction. So it's a big enough space there. Like we've got our PC9s and obviously shooting pilots coming through that way, so it's important that they need to get out and get their own training done as well. It's not just here in the circuit the whole time, they do go out further afield. So, but even if we wanted to go out past our military training areas, we can do that, and you just coordinate with the likes of Shannon, different things like that. So
Would you have any regrets, for students in fifth or sixth year? Anything you would do differently?
Personally, no. Like I said, I went to college beforehand. You don't need to. You can come straight in out of school, and all the grades you need and different things like that, you find that on in the T's and C's for when the cadetship opens on military.ie. But I took a different route. I went into college first, I don't regret it. I haven't. You know, people always say, "Did you use it?" In a roundabout way, I say I did. Developing your problem solving skills and all that kind of thing. But you don't need to go to college. It's you can come straight in out of school. Obviously, gives you something to talk about in an interview. But that's about it.
Yeah. Do you want to do that question as well? Oh yeah. No, you definitely cover that.
Okay, yeah. So we have another question here from the live. So, what are some challenges you could face when trying to start a career in the Irish Air Corps?
Not too sure, really. I guess for people coming in, if you've know, like a lot of people would have family in the military and stuff like that. I had nobody in the military, so it was a big kind of lifestyle change initially. But like I said, your training staff and all that kind of thing, they bring you up to the level that you need to be at fairly quick. It's nothing like, when I went down to the Corps initially, it was like a big shock to the system. But you kind of get the head down straight away. You realise where you are and what you need to do to get through it. When you get back here to battle, it's totally different. It's a whole different lifestyle back here. You're not crawling in the ditches and all that kind of stuff. But same as anything, if you go to college, if you want to go that way, coming in here, you're brought in at the lowest tier, and then you're worked up. If you're struggling, you get all the help that you need, which is brilliant. Like, so I mean, there's no one out to get you or anything like that. That's about that.
One last question to do with the air traffic control, because I know this isn't your first way. You did start off somewhere else in the Air Corps, but how many positions are open in the cadetship for the ATC?
For the last 2 or 3 years, it's been 3 a year. So
3 a year. Yeah. So it's quite a small group compared to everyone else that we're talking to. They've got 10, 15, 25.
Yeah, the pilots are small, around 8 or 10 around that.
So you definitely tighten it.
Yeah, it is. It's a small unit. We only take 2 or 3 just for the size of the unit. Though we don't need as many. And then obviously trying to get the cadetship is obviously about 18, 20 months long. So it's trying to get 2 or 3 students will be your max to get them through in that space of time, essentially, with the best level of training as well.
So you mentioned as well at the start that if you were interested in it, you can actually trial the psychometric tests.
Yeah, so there's, like I said, the Feast and Dart are the 2 standout ones for the air traffic control cadetship. And literally throw it in on Google. There's practice ones you can try there. So you're not going to, when you see it, it's not a shock to the system. You've seen it before, you know roughly what to expect.
Yeah, perfect. So try again and keep practicing. It's almost like it's almost like doing your theory tests, I suppose, for driving. You can practice almost an app. Well, thanks so much for giving us an insight to ATC here in the Air Corps. It's definitely different to anywhere else, and I've learned new abbreviations, which is great. And so best luck with your final part of the training, and keep those aircraft safe, and make sure there's no air balloons flying across across the Gazoo is trying to go out. But thanks so much, and best luck with everything.
Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Killian. So thanks again for everyone for joining us. Next, we are going to talk to the military pilots. So we're going to be speaking to a fixed wing and a rotary wing. So we're going to talk to somebody who flies the airplanes and somebody that flies the helicopters here in the Air Corps. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break so that we can just set up and move things around and have our guests lined up. If you have any questions, please do put them into the comments. If we don't get to them straight away, we will ask them towards the end of the session, because we have more people joining us throughout the day. And if not, we will post them up online as well with the answers. We do have people that can answer the questions for you. So stay tuned, and we'll see you in 10. Thanks a million, guys and girls.
This is my crew. We're a tight bunch. We do everything together. I depend on them, and they depend on me. When we say we'll be there, we will be there. In fact, you can bet your life on us. We're like family. When I'm with them, I feel like I belong. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
From Panther 1, it's an Irish Air Corps Learjet 45. The tail number is 258, and the crew are taking pictures of us.
You can be more. More than you ever dreamed. You can be at the edge of your seat. Be overseas. Be playing sports. Be qualified in a trade or skill. The person any employer wants right away. Be a better, stronger person. Whatever you want to be. Be more with the Irish Defence Forces.
Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Air Corps, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Pirates call pirates.
Buckle up for exhilaration simulation flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mommy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week. Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Air Corps, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Pirates call pirates.
Buckle up for exhilaration simulation flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mommy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week.
Be part of our crew. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
Looking at the planes, I saw one plane getting taken off. I really enjoyed it.
Looking at the helicopters, I thought they were really cool. Planes as well are really cool. It's mad how big they are in person.
Probably working as a plane mechanic. I think it's very interesting.
Hey guys, welcome back everyone. Our next featured pathway is one that a lot of students will probably be curious about, is becoming a military pilot in the Irish Air Corps. So we're going to chat to two pilots here today. One is Lieutenant Shane O'Connell, your rotary, so you fly the helicopters, and Captain Ross Conahan, and you fly the big
Airbus
ones,
295,
the 295,
yeah,
so the big Casas, or they're still known as Casas, but they're not a Casa.
the Airbus.
The Airbus.
We'll go with Airbus.
So, can you both introduce yourself and what rank, role, and everything that you do, and what you fly? And
My name is, thank you for that. My name is Captain Ross Conan. I joined the Air Corps in 2012. I initially was in the apprenticeship scheme, and after my apprenticeship, I joined the pilot program, if you like. And I've been flying since 2022 on the PC-9, and then subsequently on the CASA 235 and now the Airbus 295. And that's the last 4 to 5 years. So that's a brief summary on me. Shane, if you would like to introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, so I'm Lieutenant Shane O'Connell. I joined the Air Corps in 2019, so I did a year of college before I came in. I did same as Ross then, going through. I did flight school in America as part of a class as well. When we graduated flight school then in 2022, I streamed into rotary wing, so helicopters. I would have gone on to the 135, our smaller helicopter, done that for, I would have done my training then in RAF Shawbury in England as part of a joint thing with the RAF. And after that, completed 2 years in the small helicopter. And then as of about a month and a half ago, I'm just starting my training on the larger helicopter, the Augusta Weston 139. So yeah, just starting that now, first week this one.
So it's a bigger helicopter, heavier aircraft,
yeah.
Compared to the 139 that you started flying with.
Yeah.
Have you noticed difference yourself in the handling of that?
Yeah, it's heavier, but it's also a lot powerful. Whereas you could be more limited in the smaller helicopter. The big one can shoot up in the air, and it can also carry loads up to a ton or a ton and a half as well when you're flying. So you really have a lot of power in that, and you can feel it.
And what kind of, without using that word, what kind of missions? Oh my God, I don't want to say missions, but
roles,
roles would the 139 be used for?
Yeah, a load of roles, as many as you can think of nearly, which is what a lot of other militaries look to the Air Corps for, and our pilots are famous for. We do cargo slinging, so holding loads underneath the aircraft, Bambi buckets, so firefighting when there's gorse fires out there, our air ambulance roles, so we have one station in Athlone 7 days a week, on call outs to any location. We also use it for air gunnery, so we can have weapons out the sides. We do a lot of joint tasks with the Army Ranger Wing and other military kind of forces on the ground as well. As well as a lot of other kind of cash escorts, that sort of thing, and also just troop transport, general stuff with the Army.
So throw them out the back.
Yeah. Yeah, so we do skydiving as well. So
how many pilots and then crewmen would you have on a 139?
On a 139 you need 2 pilots, or at least we fly with 2 pilots.
Okay.
And then depending on the day, you could just have a crewman in the back, and he's kind of there to help you get into small areas, or there's no reverse wing mirrors on a helicopter.
Yeah, so they are your wing mirrors.
They're also looking underneath you as your parking sensor as well. And they do a lot more
they
than
come
that
in handy.
Yeah. And then we'll often fly in the air ambulance with an advanced paramedic as well, so that when we get to the scene, they can treat them faster.
So the only seats that don't change are your seats.
Yeah.
Out the front, because the back of it can all change as well.
Yeah, we give our technicians a little map of how we want the aircraft to look, and they can put a whole range of things in, from a C tray to fast roping arms and ropes to seats facing in all different directions. in different configurations. So
Take them all out if we need to bring a patient somewhere.
Yeah.
And you fly big as well, so you're both flying the big aircrafts here in the Air Corps, the C295. So what exactly would the role be for that one?
So my primary operation is to aid the state in the maritime domain. Our squadron is surveillance and airlift. Maritime surveillance is our bread and butter, if you like. So that's our day-to-day, but with our new aircraft, we have now increased capability for airlift, which is cargo and troops, essentially. So we do a lot of European runs, Middle East now as well, rotating troops and cargo and stuff like that. But the primary task here is on island, and it's the maritime domain for drugs and fishery protection. That's our main job.
Your main job. So how many hours would you fly then?
Standard maritime patrol is 6 hours.
6 hours. And how far would that get you around? Would that get you around the whole island?
It could do.
Okay.
Yeah, it has the capability to, but because we are regularly daily, we usually target specific areas on not a specific day. It is random, but we cover the northwest one day, maybe south another day, and then east coast, depending on the day.
Keep those fishermen on their toes.
The fishermen, yeah.
And how many crew is in a C295 then on a regular flight? On
a regular flight, we would have 6 crew members, so we'd have 2 pilots at all times, similar to the 139. We have 2 sensor and airborne radar operators, as the name suggests. These guys and girls, they operate the sensors on the aircraft, so the onboard infrared. They operate sea pollution. We have sea pollution detection systems, standard cameras, and we have also the ability for underwater subsea mapping to a certain degree. So any sensors on board the aircraft, our SAROs will operate. In addition, then we carry a photographer. These guys, if depending on the day, some of our sensors might sometimes the best pictures are with an actual camera from a photographer, because machine, human, sometimes the human can be better.
Just slightly move your elbow there.
Exactly.
You can tilt a lot, but you're a bit more flexible as a human.
Humans on aircraft. We need the jobs.
Yeah. No jobs for the machines.
No, less jobs.
But there is a camera on, or a few cameras on and sensors on the C295, and then you have these really cool photos that we see when the back is opened, and like they're strapped in, so they're not going to just fall out unless that's what they're meaning to do. They get the photos out the back then as well. So
yes, and then finally we also have a comm op who's responsible for communications with the base here and any forward bases that we may have at the time, and they can relay messages to and from the aircraft to command and HQ as required. So they're responsible for info into the aircraft essentially, and then from there the mission is managed between the rest of us.
And how many pilots are up front?
2.
And you don't have anyone else up front with you?
No. Not in a normal operation.
Not in a normal operation. What got you into becoming? I know it's an airplane, of course, and helicopter. It's cool. It's not what we normally do. It's not like driving a car. It's something totally different. But what got you into wanting to do this?
Initially, I suppose, I joined as a 19-year-old, and at that time, and still, I enjoyed a technical environment. It's something that I wanted to. I knew my career was in something technical. Also was into fitness, sport, outdoors. So the Air Corps, in particular, as part of the Defence Forces, permitted that, if you like. So I did the apprenticeship first, as I said, completed that, and then from the flying perspective, I suppose, in terms of career progression, similar skill set. It's technical. It's mindset required, and the military mindset is, once you have it, I suppose it's not not as difficult to adapt to it. I found anyway. But if you were coming in maybe directly in and a bit older as well,
Yeah.
I found it a bit easier in that regard. But I think that's important, the technical, and I just had the interest in outdoor and different life. To be honest, I think that's.
So that's interesting. You came in as an apprentice. You completed your course. So, are you allowed to fix anything on a plane now that you're a pilot as well, or
not anymore,
no, you're not allowed anymore, right?
Not authorised anymore.
So they didn't get 2 for the price of 1 there.
Not at the same time, but they did.
Very good. And what was your reason behind joining, and particularly interested in why did you choose Rotary, or did it choose you?
I suppose in a way, it chose me. I had, since I was a young kid, I always wanted to be an airplane pilot, from flying in Aer Lingus, all that. Well, sorry, like flying commercial planes and all that. Going to the Bray Air Show. Going to the Bray Air Show and all those kind of conventions and all that stuff as well, which were really good as well. And I kind of built up in my head that I wanted to be an airplane pilot. And then in our last few goes at flying an airplane, we got into the low level environment. So I think there we were flying 300 feet off the ground and doing navigation at low level, which I found the coolest thing in the world. And I was like, I don't want to be flying up at 20,000 feet. I can save that.
I like to be on this side of the clouds.
Yeah. I was like, I can save all that for flying in a commercial airliner. So I decided then in my last kind of few stages to switch on to Rotary, and I think it really suited me then, because we got to fly then as low as 100 feet off the ground and fast kind of speeds in excess of 150 kilometers an hour, and the pace of that, the change in the different way to see the country as well, and doing missions where you're going super fast, super slow, super high to super low, that kind of flexibility, and really suited me then.
So being a helicopter fixed, the difference between fixed wing and rotary wing, or heli and airplane, you tend to stay around Ireland.
Yeah.
Whereas the C295 and the PC-12 and probably the government jet as well can fly off island, so they can go a bit further afield. So you like the terrain, or is there a possibility of you going flying?
Yeah, well, the big thing for that would be we sometimes will go abroad for air shows. So we would fly our aircraft to the Riyadh Air Show in England quite often. And we also do some of our heavy maintenance in Belgium and France. So I've also been afforded the opportunity to fly in formation along the coast of Wales or through the French Alps as well, doing maintenance checks. Pretty soon with the new helicopter, the bigger one, I get to fly to Liège in Belgium. So you do get off island as well, just not as frequently. But also you get to see the island we're on at the moment in a much better way. Like we've flown low along the cliffs of Moher, the Clare Island cliffs, doing bird surveys and that kind of aerial photography work.
Well, you guys definitely have an office with a view. That's that money can't buy, but they're paying you to do it. So, so flying around the coast, but you're flying the coast as well. So So he's saying he's liking the lower flying element of it. So 100 feet off the ground.
There's a lot of shade thrown in those comments.
We're not competing here. And we're not going to throw shade at who's the better aircraft. But how high and how low can you fly? Or are you allowed to fly, should I say?
So we would depart here, say, at high level, your airline level flying. But then once we get out to the areas that we're targeting for the day in a maritime patrol, we'll go down to 1,000 feet would be our kind of standard cruising around altitude at that level. And then for closer inspection of fishing vessels or cargo vessels, whatever it is, we can go down to 200 feet at a min. So
that's a huge aircraft to come down that low, like, you know. And it is quite when you get up close to the aircraft, like, you know, it is, you feel tiny
Yeah.
compared to it. You know, that kind of way. Even the 139, they're quite big aircraft. When you see them flying up high, they're teeny tiny. But then when you're thinking about this massive airplane, what, 6-7 times bigger than the PC-9, coming down to 200 feet, that's quite low.
Yeah, it's it gets complex, because that's when we're engaging with the photographers and
Okay.
that kind of stuff. There's a lot happening there, so it's.
And are you doing all the?
I have to keep it level, you can't take a wobbly photo either. So.
Yeah. Are you allowed to do all the wobbles with the C295? You see them doing the formations and trick shots, I suppose. Can you do them with the bigger aircraft?
No, less of that now.
Less of that. You just open up the back and throw them all out. Well, when you try it out, let us know.
I will.
Yeah, okay. Have you any questions?
I have some questions in here. Yeah. So we have a few questions.
Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Air Corps, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Where's called where?
Buckle up for exhilaration simulator flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mommy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week.
Be part of our crew. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
Looking at the planes, I saw one plane getting taken off. I really enjoyed it.
Looking at the helicopters, I thought they were really cool. Planes as well are really cool. It's mad how big they are in person.
Probably working as a plane mechanic. I think it's very interesting.
Are you on a week of TY work experience now?
No, I'm just here for today to do the.
Unfortunately, sometimes tech issues do come about. Um, and somebody might get the sack after this one. So we're all ready for the noises in the background here, because we are coming from live from a base, so it's always very, very busy. There could be banging, anything like that. But we just had a slight tech issue there ourselves. So we'll just get back to. We haven't changed our guests, so we're still here with Ross and Shane, having a great old laugh here, talking about the different things. So we're going to go back to the question that we think you might have heard half of it. Alex was asking a question, and then we have a few more questions from yourselves. And again, thanks so much for your patience.
I'll ask a question again if that helps.
Yeah, sure.
So how does training on the PC9 translate to flying more advanced on the new C295? And what's the biggest challenge when it comes to that transition?
Well, first, like the PC9 has been chosen for many years now, since 2004, as the training aircraft, as the entry aircraft to the Air Corps for all aircraft. And I suppose, in my opinion anyway, it's, as I think we cut off, but it relies heavily on the operator and the operator only, and the operator's knowledge. It's largely what I would call analog, in that a lot of mental maths, quick. You're going nearly, well, you can go 240 knots. Things happen 4 miles a minute. That is so. A bit more gear, a bit helmet on, sweating. You're under pressure, and you're relying a lot on your mental maths, if you like. So it's a good challenge in that way. It keeps you quick. It keeps you active, if you like, mentally, certainly. And then once you're done, once you transition onto larger aircraft, I found it easier. You jump a few tech generations as well. Say 2004, they've been upgraded since 2004. But the new, in my case, the 295 is 20. Latterly, anyway, so they jumped a couple of generations of technology there in 20 odd years. So now moved to touchscreens and stuff like that, which probably our generation benefit largely from, as opposed to some of our superiors find the challenge a bit more difficult. But I think in this generation, jumping to new tech certainly is a bit easier for.
Like you already have the skills of flying, and you're just jumping onto an aircraft. It's
exactly.
More, technical.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So Shane, now for you, what's the difference in training, if there's any, between a fixed wing and a rotary wing pilot?
So the main difference then would be one of the first things that you do training on a helicopter is learning how to hover the helicopter. Which, when you see an instructor do it who's done it for a long time, they make it look a lot easier than it is. So in the first 3 or 4 flights, until you find your hover button, it can be, they say the best thing, or you'd be lucky in your first flight of hovering if you can keep it within the size of a football field. Whenever someone's doing hovering one out there, it's quite unnerving seeing a helicopter go like that. And it feels unnerving to do that. But then once you get through that, it kind of behaves in certain ways exactly like an airplane. When a helicopter's moving forward really fast, it's the same kind of skills that you use manually to fly it. And then when it slows down, you bring in your new skills as a helicopter pilot. And as well, the mission equipment, the communications with ATC, all of the navigation and touchscreen skills go across completely the same. So I'd say that's the biggest.
Okay. And it's a bit of a basic question we got, but between both of you, is there any Favorite aircraft you have?
I'd have to say the bigger helicopter, the 139.
Yeah, well, I'm biased as well. I have to go for the 295. Yeah, I did enjoy flying the 172. There's a certain beauty about that as well. But yeah, for me, it's the 295.
Yeah, it's cool aircraft. And then I think this one's back to you again. So you mentioned sport earlier on, and they're asking, are you able to keep playing sport while you're in the Air Corps? And is that something that you'd have to give up if you get into the Air Corps?
No, you don't have to give it up. Obviously, the military encourages an active lifestyle by its nature. You might have to put it aside for your initial training when you join, either recruit, cadet, whatever it is, whatever pathway you enter. You might have to put it on pause temporarily, but you're doing plenty of physical exercise in that time as well, so you don't need to worry about the lack of physical exercise. And then once you're done, we have loads of clubs, societies across the Defence Forces in general, because naturally there's a lot of outdoor inclined people in the Defence Forces, from everything from rock climbing to the normal, what I would consider the more common GAA, soccer, all pretty big and very niche sports. And if it's not there, you can make it. So
Marathons as well.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Okay. And then this is even for myself. Any advice for those aspiring to be pilots here?
How would I say? I would say, I don't know where to start with this one. I would say the main thing is to stay in school, folks. First of all,
Do well when you're leaving.
Yeah. I would recommend that you research all methods. I know what I did initially anyway was research all methods of becoming a pilot. There is many. Depending on your personal scenario, will obviously dictate what options are open to you, be it commercial or military. Obviously, I'll focus on the military. Many benefits to it. You get paid to do it, and you don't have to pay for the training. And you get to fly unique and exciting aircraft that you wouldn't get to do elsewhere, and things like aerobatics. So I mean, to say what you need to do, I would say certainly for the Air Corps, I would focus on, if you're less technically inclined, certainly try and study that. But the main thing is that you have the right mindset, and you need to be determined. If you set a goal, you need to be determined yourself to reach it. Some people will find it more difficult than others in that regard, but if you are determined, you can stick to it. I think that's the main thing. Would you have any?
Shane, do you have any other thing to add to that?
Nugget of advice.
Just the main thing is to put your hat in the ring every year, because obviously you can only take in a few each year, but it's the same time every year we accept it. And how to apply, you can just go through the first stage of doing it all on your laptop at home. So there's no real draw from putting your hat in the ring every year. So I would say that until you age out.
Is there anything you guys would do differently before getting into the Air Corps, whether it's 5th or 6th or in school? Anything you'd do differently if you could go back and do it all again?
I would say not to overthink the academic aspect of it, leaving cert and all that stuff.
It's the very stressful part of the year.
Unlike other jobs, more so the Air Corps looks at who you are, what experiences you have, and your motivation for actually getting into it. Thinking, are you going to still be given the same to the job in 3 or 4 years' time? Because the learning never stops. But more so, just try and develop, your leadership, your character, whether that's through sports or other activities as well, and to keep putting your best foot forward if you do get the opportunity to move through it.
I mean, that's practically everything I have. So, thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
And again, you don't need the CAO point system to get in for the cadetship, but you do need to hit certain levels. You have to have like higher level in certain subjects and stuff like that, and all that information is up on military.ie. The competitions, keep an eye on Instagram, because the guys here are really good at promoting the Air Corps. and when the different competitions are open, because that is what they're called, because you're competing for a spot, really, isn't it? So yeah, no, thanks so much for joining us today and having the chats with us and the laughs offline, and sticking with us and answering that question twice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I'll ask you for your most memorable moment, and then we'll leave it from there.
First. Yeah.
I want to get
there's the competition.
I feared they'd use the same one, so I had to. Getting the wings in 2022, it was also the centenary of the Air Corps. It was a very historic year generally for the state, also personally. So yeah, it was great after many years of training to finally be done. So yeah, definitely the biggest achievement, relief, whatever you want to call it, is my best moment to date so far, certainly.
I kind of feel like I want to answer for you, and that's that 100 feet off the ground going, do you know what, this is what I want to do. I don't want to be up above the clouds.
Well, it was going to be when we did that on night vision goggles.
Oh yeah, the night vision goggles, they're brilliant. I've seen them. Yeah, that's unusual. That would take adjusting. So you don't they don't hand them to you and then you get on the aircraft and go, here, fly with them. No. You have to learn them on the ground first, because the levels are even different, aren't they? When it's like goggles, you're kind of like, the floor is not where it is.
We learned them in a classroom, wearing them with all the lights off.
Throwing ping pongs into a basket. Well, thanks so much for giving us an insight into both sides, and I love the fact that neither of you are competitive about who has the better aircraft. Not in the slightest. So we are going to take a little break. We're not going to take a big long break again of 10 minutes because we did have our little glitch there. So just bear with us again. We'll be back shortly with aeronautical engineers. So this is for those that are in college or post academics altogether, or even thinking of going down an engineering route via college and all that kind of stuff, and then coming in as an aeronautical engineer. So you come in as a direct entry, and we're going to cover all that now in a few minutes. So go grab a cup of tea, have a snack, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes. Thanks a million, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Air Corps, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Where's called pirates?
Buckle up for exhilaration simulator flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mommy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week.
Be part of our crew. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
Looking at the planes, I saw one plane getting taken off. I really enjoyed it.
Looking at the helicopters, I thought they were really cool. Planes as well are really cool. It's mad how big they are in person.
Probably working as a plane mechanic. I think it's very interesting.
This is my crew. We're a tight bunch. We do everything together. I depend on them, and they depend on me. When we say we'll be there, we will be there. In fact, you can bet your life on us. We're like family. When I'm with them, I feel like I belong. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
From Panther 1, it's an Irish Air Corps Learjet 45. The tail number is 258, and the crew are taking pictures of us.
You can be more. More than you ever dreamed. You can be at the edge of your seat. Be overseas. Be playing sports. Be qualified in a trade or skill. The person any employer wants right away. Be a better, stronger person. Whatever you want to be. Be more with the Irish Defence Forces.
Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Air Corps, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Where it's called pirates.
Buckle up for exhilaration simulator flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mommy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week.
Welcome back, everybody. I think I'm having a brain glitch now at the minute. We're after having a lovely chat with our next guests. So our next segment is all about aeronautical engineers, not just direct entry, but that is how you get into aeronautical engineering here in the Air Corps. And we are joined by Lieutenant Hannah Begley and Lieutenant Graham Clark. Thanks so much for joining us today and telling us about aeronautical engineers and everybody else watching.
Yeah, so I suppose as aeronautical engineers in the Air Corps, we look after the maintenance planning and for everything from the technicians that are working in the hangars to the airworthiness of the aircraft. So that's mostly what our role entails, and ensuring that everything is operated in a safe and well-maintained manner.
You're not hands-on per se, but you're overseeing.
Yeah, we're kind of overseeing it. Like we would have to have a look at the technical documentation, and make sure that the technicians are, looking at the right material, but also that we're happy that it's correct as well. If there's a revision to the aircraft maintenance manual, we'd look at that and make sure that we embody that in the work that we carry out in the Air Corps.
Okay, and where are you based? Are you just based all over the base or in a particular hangar?
I'm based in this hangar in the Flying Training School, so I look after the 8 PC-9Ms that we operate here in the Flying Training School. So I would liaise a lot with Pilatus, the OEM, with any technical issues that we may have or the ongoing maintenance requirements for the fleet.
And where are you based, Graham?
I'm in the number 4 support wing, so that's all around the base. So my squadron is 402. We deal with the avionics. So I guess technicians are all B2 technicians, so they deal with the electronic systems and all the different aircraft, fixed wing and rotary wing. Additionally, we also have a calibration lab there as well, so we look after the calibration of some of the equipment and tools that we use on site for the maintenance.
Okay, what's the difference between aeronautical engineering and technicians here? So their qualifications, should I say?
Yeah, I guess the technicians would be more hands-on with the aircraft here. So they would be the ones doing the scheduled maintenance or the unscheduled work that would pop up. With regards to aeronautical engineers, our qualification, or at least myself, I went to UCD and did the Masters in Electronic and Computer Engineering. And then through the direct entry scheme, I was able to join here. Whereas a lot of our technicians would go through the training school in the Air Corps. So that's a 4-year training program where they basically learn how to maintain the different aircraft.
Do you want to answer this one?
Yeah.
Do you have the same licenses then as the technicians, or is that completely different? Like you've degrees rather than B1, B2, and there's a few other Bs.
Outside of the Air Corps, you could have an aeronautical engineer that was a C, but in the Air Corps, we're not really operating in the same. It kind of is in the same way, but not at our level. I suppose we wouldn't have that. But so we would all go to college, get a level 8 at least for the aeronautical engineer stream. I studied aeronautical engineering in the University of Limerick, so that's where I kind of learnt my trade, I suppose, in terms of aviation.
And you came into the Defence Forces, should I say, as a cadet, and then transferred over.
Yeah.
Just at the end of your training, was it?
Yeah, just before the end, this opportunity came up to come into the Air Corps. And I suppose I joined the Defence Forces because I knew at that point I was after doing 2 or 3 years in industry. I'd spent 4 years, I think, in the Reserve Defence Forces at that point. So I kind of realised that I wanted to be in the Defence Forces. So that's why I went to the cadetship. But then obviously when the direct entry position came up, it kind of allowed me to align, my 2 loves between aviation and coming into the Defence Forces.
Yeah. And so what came first, the engineering degree and then industry? Yes. Obviously that came before the military side of things. So you were in reserves and all of that. So you did your degree in UL.
My degree in UL.
You went into the industry.
Into industry. Yeah.
And then you went into the military.
And then I went into military afterwards, yeah.
Right,
So,
wow. Okay, so you took a bit of a longer route. It's a more scenic route.
The more scenic route,
yeah. But you got more skills and you've gotten more kind of like experience whilst doing that as well.
Yeah, like I
so.
spent, I suppose, almost 3 years in industry before I went into the cadets. But that, like, the technical experience that I gained in industry really complements the leadership that I learned through the cadetship. So I kind of managed to come with the best of both worlds, I think, and bring just the right amount of experience, I suppose, into the role that I was taking on.
Okay, I think it's kind of a question for both. So whichever one wants to answer the next one, right? Why aeronautical engineering? Like, what was your plan when you went into college? Did you have a plan when you went into college to take that on? So you were saying you were doing more, you're avionics now, so you were more that side of engineering anyway. So what made you choose this as your first option?
I guess for myself, I was always interested in kind of computers and how they operate. So when I was in kind of secondary school, as part of the TY program, we did a week with DCU actually, just with programming. I think it was Java programming. So that kind of got me interested in that. So then when I was looking at college courses, I was thinking, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? So I went to a few different open days, mostly around the Dublin region, and just chatted to some of the students and the lecturers there to see what kind of courses would interest me. So I know with UCD, it was just your first year was a general year. So you kind of got a feel for all the different engineering streams. So then in second year, I decided to go down the electronic engineering stream. And then moving on to the masters in the fourth and fifth year, you kind of specialize with electronic and computer. So I guess with avionics, a lot of that is involved with electric systems, big computer systems, some of the mission systems we have on the aircraft. They all feed into kind of the electronic engineering stream.
Because there's a lot of wiring in them, a lot of computer systems in the newer ones now as well. So it's the communications between the computer systems as well, from on the ground and up in the sky, really need to work well. So that's the computer. Well, yeah, I mean, like you have the computer element before you even got here, before the computers even got here. So that's great. But what made you then come into the Air Corps? Did you just see it and that was...
Yeah, well, actually, I was in industry. I was in the semiconductor industry straight after college. So I was in there for just under 4 years. And then I took some time off to do a bit of traveling. My dad is actually in the Defence Forces. He's in the Army, so slightly different. But I got an opportunity to speak to a person who was an aeronautical engineer here when the position was advertised. So I was able to see what the position entailed, and I thought it would be a good fit for me. So I said I'd go for it with the direct entry, and here we are today. So.
And how long are you here now?
December 2024.
Okay, so both same time. So that's coming up 2 years then. I had to do my maths there. Coming up 2 years this December. Yeah. Okay, so that's like nowhere near. We're only in April. I feel like we've already done half a year today alone. we had some tech issues here on the ground with going live, so I can imagine what's, if you're doing all the checks and systems and having all your paperwork ready to go is key. Do you want to tell us a bit more about aeronautical engineering and here? Yeah. Sure. So I know you kind of gave us a brief on it. So on a day-to-day, you're overseeing and you're doing the OEMs and the paperwork and all that you need to do. So it's quite technical in the sense of you need to understand everything that's there.
Yeah, I think like the thing about aviation is it's one of the most highly regulated industries that are out there. We could have a screw on the aircraft that the OEM isn't happy with and the aircraft won't fly. We could have a piece of paper that, says the wrong person signed the wrong box and the aircraft doesn't fly. So a lot of it is, you have to be very scrutinous of the details, everyone from the technicians to the AEOs to the pilots who even take on the aircraft. So I think a lot of it is that attention to detail, and the most important thing in aviation is to be able to know what you know, and if you don't know something, to be able to say, ask for help, or to be able to escalate it. And I actually think that's probably the most important thing for anyone who's working in aviation, is to be able to say that, because that's what keeps everyone safe.
Yeah, because it's all well and good saying, oh, well, I checked the flap under there and it was fine. And the person behind me did it and they did a secondary check. but then something goes wrong and that flap is now no longer on the aircraft, or I've heard a few along the aviation industry, not here, in the aviation industry. I was over in the EASA and we were doing like kind of seeing what aeronautical students would actually do in certain situations and stuff like that. And it was very interesting to see how their mindset works. So like, if a flap, you close the flap, the second person comes behind you, checks the flap, but then you have somebody that oversees everything and puts the tag on it or takes the tag off it, whatever part of the system is. It's all the system.
Yeah.
So everybody has to check somebody else's safety. You can't just rely on the next person. If you see something wrong, say something.
Yeah.
It's that kind of like...
Yeah, and I think like you're taking on that responsibility. We all take on responsibility like that. And I think ultimately the training that we've had thus far is what allows us to be able to take on responsibility. Because the worst position you want to be in is taking on the responsibility for something you don't understand. But having said that, like the more you get used to the material, like I worked basically writing service bulletins, well, not writing them, but like reading them before they got delivered to customers, and that really gives you an understanding of the technical documentation from the start, and then you get more used to it the more you do it. So I think anyone can kind of start with that the technical mindset is what you develop. I don't think that it's something that like the subjects in school kind of help you towards it, but ultimately the more you use it, the more you're going to get better at it.
What kind of subjects in school would you kind of like say this is what you need for aeronautical engineering?
Well, I did physics and applied maths. I think were probably the most useful that I did. I know that a lot of people in college did DCG, and that really helped them in a lot of college projects when they might have had to, make up, we had to design drawings, and so that really helped them. I didn't do it, but so I actually think they're probably the most useful for engineering. But I think any of the science subjects, like we had chemistry modules in college, maths is obviously really important. I think that in college it's probably more important than it is when you come into industry. So yeah.
With the computer science is it computer science or computer engineering that would be kind of like your remit then?
Computer engineering, yeah.
Computer engineering. So when in avionics, it's actually something that we haven't talked about today, funny enough, and it's something that we all need in an aircraft. I did say, there's a lot of wires in there, there's a lot of computer systems.
Yeah.
On each aircraft, it varies as well.
Yeah.
What would you kind of say to a student that's thinking about this as a career? So, but they've never really looked at avionics and computer systems.
Yeah, I guess, chat to people that are in the role if you can. Like there's the open days or career days, and see what it entails. If you're interested in kind of computers and electronics and even getting your hands like building PCs and stuff is what I was into when I was in kind of leaving cert 5th year.
Okay.
So that's how I kind of got into the whole computer engineering kind of area. So yeah, if you can get hands-on with it, speak to people who are in the industry, and just throw yourself into it if you can.
And for so you have to have experience before coming in on direct entry. You've both worked in industry.
Yeah.
What kind of industry did you
I worked
work
in the aviation industry beforehand. So.
And you did mention something like, signing off or, reports and stuff like that. So what is it that you were doing before you came here then?
So
I know you did the military thing. But...
Yeah. I worked for, I suppose, an OEM and as a customer engineer. So I was liaising with other customers. So now it's kind of funny now because I'm on the opposite side of it. So basically I'll be working with them for any aircraft modifications that they required.
Okay. What is an OEM?
Original equipment manufacturer.
Right. Yes. Okay. So it's working with the manufacturers, that create all the lovely parts for putting it all together.
Yeah. So like with these aircraft, we'll be working with Pilatus. With the 295, we'll be working with Airbus. So
Okay,
yeah.
sorry for putting you on the
No.
spot there.
I was like, yeah.
I can wait. I can feel that question coming in through the live stream. Have you any questions, Alex?
I mean, did you guys both do TY in school?
Yeah, I did TY in school, and I suppose like it's probably where I was kind of figuring out about engineering.
Yeah, a lot of people kind of find their career pathway in TY, and
it's like what Graham was saying. Like kind of a little bit before TY, actually, I also did a course in DCU, and I had a list of stuff to do, and I thought I wanted to be a vet, and here I am. Everyone says that to me still. So then, I saw engineering on the list, and I thought, oh, do you know what? Actually, that sounds really interesting. I did a course on that, and I haven't really looked back since. I did TY work. I did TY work experience here in Baldonnell. Wow. My granddad used to work here, and he was in the O&E, so he'd always bring me into the museum. So I kind of, and that's kind of where I kind of found my love for aviation. Like I knew I wanted to go into engineering, and that was what kind of brought me in the direction. Ultimately, coming back here.
Yeah, it's a great year for like finding out what you want to do and experience all the things as well.
Exactly.
Kind of just take a break, between junior cert and leaving cert. I think.
Yeah, I think it's and it's important to make the most of those opportunities and to also to seek them for yourself, because I know, sometimes your family can tell you, oh, try this, try that, but you have to really think about what you want to do yourself.
For yourself,
yeah. Because like I did work experience in pharmaceutical companies, and also in the HSE in their engineering department. So like all of those kind of broad engineering spectrums, I was interested in all of them. Yeah. And I probably could have ran with any of them, but ultimately aviation is what I was really drawn to. And like it was in TY that I decided I was going to do aeronautical engineering.
And if you didn't find yourself as like an aeronautical engineer, would you still find yourself in aviation?
Yes, I'd say so. Yeah. Although, like, I mean, I was going down a different route with the army, because I like the military aspect of it as well. So maybe I was secretly hoping I'd end up back here, but I was in aviation beforehand as well. So.
And Graham, did you do TY as well?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
And did you find it good?
I did actually. As Hannah was saying there, like you get different opportunities. You get a year to kind of figure out what you want to do going into the fifth year and sixth year, where you're going to be pretty busy anyways with school. So I think it is a good opportunity. As I said earlier, I had the chance to go to that week in DCU just to
that's good,
just to do the week of programming. So helped me figure out what else was interesting.
Do you guys have any tips at all for students that want to get into engineering? Then, lastly, small tips.
Any tips? Yeah, I mean, if you're interested in like physics, like we were saying earlier, or maths, applied maths, any of kind of the STEM subjects, let's say, it is a good career path to get into. There is a stream of different things you can do. There's so many different engineering streams, so you probably will find something that you're interested in. As I said, open days with universities and colleges. You can speak with some of the students and some of the staff, and hopefully that'll help you with your decision on where you want to go.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's an area that neither of us are really that sure about asking the right questions. I mean, I think I've asked all the really straightforward things about it, and you've both been very descriptive of describing of what it actually is and what it entails, and how you got here. Obviously, having that experience working in the industry has helped towards everything. You've mentioned a few different work experience elements of it as well. Pharmaceutical, HSE engineering, like there's a few different ones there that whereas when you went into aeronautical engineering in UL and you went DCU, no, UCD. Three. How can three little letters be so different? Oh my God. So UCD. Did you think that after doing an aeronautical engineering degree, that you'd go into the pharmaceutical element, see what that was like, the HSE engineering, or is it just engineering in general is quite STEM minded and linked together, that it all comes back to it?
I think that's part of it as well. Like obviously that was before I studied that I went and did those other degrees, but I certainly applied for jobs across the engineering industry, because like the aviation industry in Ireland is very small, and sometimes you have to bide your time I'd say that. But like, I think ultimately, when I was looking for college courses, the co-op, like I went to UL because they had I thought their co-op work experience was really good. And I also went to the open day, as Graham said, in Queen's in Belfast, and I was talking to the students and the co-ops that they had done in Limerick. That's what kind of prompted me to want to go there. So, and the co-op is like the work experience that you do for 8 months in UL during the course. So like that work experience, I could carry that forward for any interviews I did. It gave me a real good grounding of the industry and an understanding and even then when you come back into your college course after being in industry for a little amount of time, all these things start clicking. Oh, that's why you were asking me to do that, or sometimes the opposite way around. So
what kind of, so just from that, right, what kind of advice would you give TY 5th and 6th year students and even college students now, they're all panicking about doing their Leaving Cert, what CAO course they're going to do, are they going to get the course that they want to do? Like, what advice would you give those students?
Well, I think like the most important thing as an engineer is that interest in like what you're like, the interest in the technical details of it, really. Like the interest in, so as opposed to just trying to, learn stuff off, try and get to that understanding of what you're working on. Because I think with that understanding, it makes you a better engineer, and it makes you, more better carrying forward.
Kind of getting into the physical stuff. Understanding how things actually work.
Yeah, and sometimes
get into detail.
The devil is in the detail, really. And I think that's ultimately it makes it a lot easier than when something like a lot of it like in college is, you really go back to like stripping back the physics, the maths and stuff like that, and you're wondering what it's gonna become later on. But it makes it easier. Like say I might take out a service bulletin for these aircraft, and I'll analyze it and decide whether we're going to do it, and I have to decide what forces are kind of coming to play on the landing gear that are causing this to have to be done on the aircraft. So everything kind of starts from the rudimentaries, and it kind of, you have to work kind of forward. But do you have any advice?
You've covered a lot of it there.
So I think it's really I always find like it's not all about the grades, it's about the understanding that you're taking away from it. And I think we always have to remember that between college and in school, that your primary function there is to learn and to be able to carry that forward.
I feel like you can be good in the books, on page, but like it's more about the passion, really. Again, like just kind of you want to do this job, you want to be in this career, but once you like the job you're doing, you find yourself enjoying the job, and just you're not watching the clock. This is something you want to do. And
Exactly. I love coming in the mornings and seeing what we have to attack.
See what the challenges are.
Exactly. That's the part I find most interesting about the job, is really that like there's something new to do every day. And there's plenty of technical work.
Challenging days, and there's also easier days.
But,
every day is different with this job.
We had the wing ceremony last week, and we had five aircraft up for the display, and that's kind of that's having 5 aircraft serviceable, 6 aircraft we actually had on the day. That's a feat in itself for us. So that's when we know we've done a good job to get them to that point. So it's quite rewarding in that sense.
And is there anything you do differently, like for obviously going through 5th and 6th year Leaving Cert course? Anything you change, or like if you went back or were to do it all again?
I'd do it all again. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I think like you hear of other people's experience in college, because I think every university is different, and everyone comes with a different experience. And you're kind of like, well, maybe I would have liked a bit more that way, but ultimately mine got a little bit interrupted with COVID at the end, so maybe it didn't get the cherry on top that I would have liked. But I made great friends, and kind of got a really good technical grounding, which I've been able to carry forward. So,
thanks.
I think I had to dip out there because I had a technical issue over on the other side. I definitely could have had somebody else sort that one out for me. But thanks so much for chatting to us about engineering. Do you, Graham, have a last bit of a nugget of advice that you can go forward now?
Yeah, I guess, as I was saying, throw yourself into things as much as you can. So with students that are in TY or in 5th or 6th year, if there's open days for universities or colleges or career fairs that they can go to, actually speak to some of the people who are doing these jobs or some of the students or staff who are in those universities or colleges, and figure out what kind of stream of engineering you like. If you can't figure it out, that's fine as well, because a lot of them, as I said, their first year is general. So you can go in, figure out in your first year of college then what you're interested in. But as I said, it's a great industry to get into. There is so many different streams and so many different jobs that you can go down with the skills that you learn. So
well, we both wish you the best of luck with managing and overseeing all the technicians and all the technical documents and aircraft, the newer ones that will be coming in as well as the ones phasing out. Thanks so much for joining us. And I'm sure we'll see both of you again when we get our heads around what it all is. But thanks again so much. Thanks to everybody for tuning in for this segment. Any questions on aeronautical engineering, where to study it, what to do, or any of the engineering courses, there are lots. I know we've mentioned UL and UCD. SETU has aeronautical engineering as well. There's a good few colleges, TUS as well. I mean, like, aeronautical engineering can even bring you to formula racing. So, which is, I've seen some of the teams that the colleges have as well. And that's something, the motorsport connected to the aviation. But yeah, look, all have wheels on the ground, all have connections, and we'll talk about that. I suppose we could do a whole thing on engineering and STEM and aeronautical engineering and all the different connections. But we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our final segment, general services, where we will be joined by a helicopter crewman, a photographer, and a person from CIS. Stay tuned to what that actually means. And we'll see you back shortly. Thanks a million, guys.
Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Air Corps, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Where it's called where it's. Cause here.
Buckle up for exhilaration simulation flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mommy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week.
Be part of our crew. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
Looking at the planes, I saw one plane getting taken off. I really enjoyed it.
Looking at the helicopters, I thought they were really cool. Planes as well are really cool. It's mad how big they are in person.
Probably working as a plane mechanic. I think it's very interesting.
This is my crew. We're a tight bunch. We do everything together. I depend on them, and they depend on me. When we say we'll be there, we will be there. In fact, you can bet your life on us. We're like family. When I'm with them, I feel like I belong. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
From Panther 1, it's an Irish Air Corps Learjet 45. The tail number is 258, and the crew are taking pictures of us.
You can be more. More than you ever dreamed. You can be at the edge of your seat. Be overseas. Be playing sports. Be qualified in a trade or skill. The person any employer wants right away. Be a better, stronger person. Whatever you want to be. Be more with the Irish Defence Forces.
Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Air Corps, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Where's called pirates?
Buckle up for exhilaration simulation flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mommy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week.
Am I live? Oh my God, I'm bending. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us again for the last segment of today. I hope you've all enjoyed it as much as we've gotten answers and giggles, and apart from a couple of tech issues, and then people standing behind the cameras making faces, not wanting to be on the other side of it. It's quite funny too. We might drag someone up if he keeps doing it. We are now joined by the GSR side of things, so it's the general service recruitment. That's the R part. Like I said, we have come across some abbreviations today, and right in the middle of our next group of guests, we have another abbreviation, so that's going to be fun. He can explain what that one is. So we're joined by Airman Stephen Duffy. You're a heli rear crew. Beside you is another airman. I didn't write your name down. Niall. Niall Christie, because we had a person change right at the end. And right at the end we have Airman Jay McCormick, and you're a photographer, you're CIS, and you're heli crew. So 3 different roles, but all the same service. You all came in through general service. So do you want to tell us a little bit, each of you, what it is that you do, explain your role, and definitely now you're going to explain what CIS is.
So I'm a helicopter crewman in number 3 Ops Wing. I only passed the course there about 2 months ago. So I was in the Army for about 3.5 years before that, and then joined the Air Corps. So for the course, the experience is like hanging out the side of the heli and telling the pilot where to go and what to do. And then as you go on, you do more advanced
Was that
stuff.
what drew you to?
Yeah,
join
like it
in,
is. I was always very interested in the medical side of stuff as well. When I was in Athlone first in the 6th Battalion for a few years, and that's where the EAS works out, the Emergency Air Ambulance Service. So walking past it, always like, geez, that looks really cool. Like, I'd love to do that. I'd never be able to do that. But then it came up kind of on the notice board and put in for it and got it. Yeah, I just went for it, yeah.
So you're 2 months hanging out of an airplane, or out in a helicopter now.
Roughly 2 or 3 months, yeah.
And you're still loving it?
Yeah. So we're past the course now, and now we get to do the more advanced type of stuff. So when the courses come up, so the air gunnery, kind of winchman, fast roping, air ambulances, all that kind of stuff to look forward to.
So are you a winchman as well then?
Not yet. No. Hopefully when the course comes up, I'll be able to do that.
So that's a separate course then. That's not automatic in it.
No, I was a casualty a few times for the winchman, so lying on the ground and just get winched up to the heli, but no.
You've done the opposite way around.
I've done the opposite way around.
Okay. And Niall, you're CIS, so that is...
CIS, yeah, so that is Communication and Information Services. So basically our job, our role is kind of phone lines, communications, basically radio comms between whether vehicles, handhelds, airplanes, that kind of different sort of frequencies we use, all that sort of operational kind of equipment is basically operating it and maintaining it. That's kind of our job.
And do you get to go up in the aircraft? Or?
Not me personally, but there are personnel who do. They go up as operators, so they will man the radios on flights. They will have communications with the central comms we have here in camp, and they will liaise basically between them and the airplane.
And what made you go down that route of CIS?
I joined the Army in 2011. I was in an infantry unit then. I spent 7 years there, and then I went to CIS in the Curragh. So I started doing the military side, then I ended up going back to college through SETU, doing electronic engineering and military communications for 3 years. And when I completed that, I said I'd had lots of experience with the military, so I kind of looked at Baldonnel as more different kind of operations with different kind of equipment on aircraft, so that kind of drew me to this side.
And would you have to like bring aerials to different places for the radio setup, communication side of things, or are you looking after the equipment that they would use in the military training?
Pretty much both.
Okay.
Looking after equipment on aircraft. I'm also a rigger. I've done that course as well. So we actually climb the masts. We be hanging our masts and install antennas.
A lot of hanging out.
Replace antennas, put up new antennas, kind of all that sort of stuff, and changing equipment around. It's kind of a bit of everything. So it's kind of good that way. It's not you're not kind of set to the one kind of area.
Okay. And you mentioned the central comms then here.
Yeah.
So everything leads back
Pretty
Val,
much.
basically.
Well, no. Like obviously you have the military communications then for the whole the DF as well. So we're part of that kind of web, if you want to call it. Like we're never confined to one area. You have like the ComSyn is what we call it. Then you have like some IT roles. We kind of do that as well. We work in networks then as well, tech services, airfield services. So sort of any kind of comms equipment on the airfield we look after, and then obviously the likes of pilots' helmets and stuff, and kind of any kind of small kind of communication stuff we look after that as well, replacing maintenance.
Brilliant. And Jay, we'll lead on to you, photographer.
Yeah.
So everything else and then photographer.
Lovely. So I started probably 10 years ago this year. I started in the army. 7 years, drove my legs, went overseas. Photography was a bit of a hobby for me. And when I seen a vacancy for photography in the Air Corps, I jumped on it. So I was lucky enough to get it, and I've been up here 3 years. Way more than I expected. I thought we'd just be taking pictures of MOAGs or aircraft, stationary things. You get to do everything. You get to see all parts of the Defence Forces, from the Navy to the Army to the Air Corps. Our main role would be doing MDSOs, which would be patrols of the Irish coast, supporting the Navy in that. Kind of watching for illegal fishing, smuggling, things like that. So we get to drop down real low over the ocean, open a window on a moving aircraft, which is a unique experience, and take photos outside.
So that would be the C295, would it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The Casio,
So have you ever hung out the back of it? See, we're going with the hanging here. They think it's brilliant, hanging out of aircraft.
I was lucky enough to be on the aircraft when the ramp was open, and we got to fly by the Cliffs of Moher and over the top of the Skelligs. So that was a really unique, really cool experience to get to see that side of things. Most people get to see these things, but not from the air, not at that angle. It's fantastic. It's brilliant. Yeah, I really enjoyed the kind of versatility of being a photographer.
So you went from hobby to this is your part of your daily life now.
This is my full-time career, actually.
So if somebody said to you at home, would you bring the camera with you to take some photos, or you automatically say, no, I do that as a job?
I'd still do a little bit outside, yeah. I do avoid it. Like, I want to keep the joy in it. I don't want to be overworked in the creative side of things. But it's definitely it's fun and interesting, different every day.
Different every day. I mean, like you would have a whole team of photographers here as well.
Yeah, we have
and
a photo
everybody
section.
has different, like they're different roles. I think some of them are. Would they all be general service, or would this be kind of like across the board?
They're all general service. We do have an officer over us, but the creative side of things is generally general service. Yeah.
And in your photography unit, are you able to do everything from taking the photos to printing them to?
Yeah,
I'm going to say working with negatives, but you're not working with negatives anymore. So
if you are interested in the kind of creative field, you're spoiled for choice up there. We have a studio, professional level studio, the best of the gear we get to use, and then even we have like an editing room, we have a printing room. It's like a playground if you're into that side of things, like. But it's your job then, so it's fantastic.
So is this your main role is being a photographer within the Air Corps, and you go out on the marine or maritime checks, and you said pop a window open on a moving aircraft.
If you've ever seen the Casio, there's a bubble window at the back of it, so that's where the photographer sits, and the chair we sit in can swivel, it can move. So we wait for the pilot to tell us everything's clear, and then we'll open the window. We'll do a pass, and it could be a vessel, it could be something else of interest, and I'll be taking photos at the back as we pass. And then those photos go straight up to, we have a console in the middle, and those lads can look at the photos straight away, or they can decide where they get sent on to if they need to. So it's brilliant.
Something interesting, because we've only had one other army person or somebody that started off in another part of the Defence Forces here today. All three of you did. So from am I allowed to ask? I'm going to ask it anyway. What's the difference between the Army and the Air Corps, and what's cool? Should I finish that one? Which one? Like, obviously you're getting different experiences in both sides of it. Have you brought stuff that you've learned in the Army that you've done throughout the whole time and brought it here to the Air Corps?
For me, the major difference I noticed was the culture. It's, I won't say more relaxed up here, but generally when we fly, we're a team with the officers. You know, you're working directly as a team on that aircraft. Whereas sometimes I found in the Army, it would be a little bit more separate.
Okay.
You're following that rank structure a lot more. Yeah, so it's more of a team environment up here. That's kind of what I noticed about the culture is different. And that's great. It's a really nice work environment. And I really enjoy that kind of work environment. I don't know if that's a bad difference or not.
They're gone very quiet, aren't they? Very serious all of a sudden.
Happy to hand this back over.
Anybody else wants to answer that one?
Yeah, just a kind of, it's when I finished my course at time, the only thing I was kind of think would be different was equipment wise. Like the work is still kind of the same. It's still busy. There's still a lot of different things, a lot of kind of integration with both. We have the likes of a lot of kind of the radio systems we can use are some of the military systems as well. Be it that they're set up kind of differently because they're in more armored vehicles than they would be in aircraft. So there is the aircraft side is a lot more technical, I'd say, that kind of route. But there are some similarities to it. Like so, there is. It is making that a little bit more difficult, but obviously on the learning aspect, it's great. Like because you are working that a little bit harder to kind of figure out, okay, why is this system operating like this? Why is it different? And obviously the different sort of equipment that is used.
And would what you're working with, the equipment that you're working with, would that be connected to like the avionics side of things here as well?
Yeah, more avionics to say than like say of a vehicle or where it's just connected to the battery of a car. Yeah. There's more kind of factors as well. If you're going to put a new radio on it, and say a helicopter, you have to kind of know what way is it cooled. Like, will the batteries? Is there a battery in it? Like, they can't have certain batteries and stuff like that. So there is a lot more kind of in-depth side like that. But there is a lot of similarities as well to the likes of CAS in the military side or into the Army side as well. Has
there ever been a moment where an aircraft was about to go out and the radio's gone down and you've had to pull it back in?
No, not really. They're kind of more checks more than anything else, and obviously as we have backup systems as well, like we make sure that there is those kind of backup communications as well. So very rare, but it can happen. Yeah, it can happen, of course.
For a student thinking about communications and IT side of things, what are the skills that you would kind of like say to them? This is what to go into radios. What would their interest need to be?
Yeah, it's an awkward one because like a lot of kids, well, I suppose teenagers and stuff are more tech savvy now. Like when I joined, I wouldn't have been as clever, say, on the technical side. So it was a lot more work for me. But you see a lot more people growing up now who grow around all this sort of technology, who understand it even a lot better than me. So they already have like a very good grasp. Me personally, like I went back to college to do a course in electronic engineering. So for me, that was a real eye opener of kind of the in-depth kind of operations of systems. Before I was in CIS in the car, I was just kind of like running cables and kind of like grunt work, or what you would say, like, or just like making sure, like pulling cables, making sure stuff's connected properly and kind of that kind of area. But now it's kind of more in-depth, where there's a lot more kind of programming side and more kind of information heavy. But yeah, if they're kind of any interest in that kind of route, I'd say maybe look at doing like kind of courses that kind of way in college, kind of anything electronics, software design is kind of a good start as well. IT, because we have an IT kind of set up here as well. Those can kind of open the door. So when you kind of finish basic training, you could say, I have a very high interest in this, and there's a route for me to go down.
Okay, yeah, because I was going to ask is, all of you, but the thing is, you all went through the Defence Forces a different way. You can't really ask it. Well, I suppose you kind of started to answer it. When you're, so say you're a new recruit, and you're after joining, and you're down here, and you're going into general service. When you come here from the Army or from the Navy, you've already applied for a job here, or are you just moving within the service itself? So I think what I was going to ask was, if you're coming in as a general service recruit, do you see the openings and then go for it and try it out, or do you kind of get a taster as you're doing the recruit training?
Well, I think was a couple of months ago during the recruits in Baldonnel here, I did a brief and we brought down comms equipment and stuff with us, and we spent kind of a couple of hours going through stuff with them just to see if anyone has a feel for it, if they have any interest in it. So it's kind of like, we kind of do that now. It's kind of really brought in training, whereas when I was training, it was just kind of, you're finishing, this is where you're going. Okay. Now we're kind of opening the door to more, this is what we have. Yeah. This is what we can offer you. What would you like to do? How can we bring you in, kind of thing? So I think it's very good the way they're doing that now. They really are kind of like open their eyes to people, like these are your options, like this is what we can show you. If you have an interest in this, come, by all means come. This is what we want. We want people who have really interested in this stuff and also have the know-it-all to do it then as well.
Yeah, I think the radio systems that when you see on the movies and stuff like that, you see the radio packs on the back of soldiers and stuff like that, and that's kind of like where your head goes. But like what you're after explaining there with the aerials, and then from inside the aircraft as well as the vehicles that are around, and then all the different connection stats there. It's definitely a broader career path in the Defence Forces, but in the Air Corps in particular, we're here. So with the crew then in the back, you heavily rely on the communication, because I've been in the 139 myself, and I've had the head mic on, and you can't really hear.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose you're kind of training, like it's like, can you hear me? Am I shouting? I'm kind of feel like I'm deaf. So there's that communication, or you need the equipment to work so that you can communicate with the pilots, because again, you're hanging out at the side of the aircraft telling them that there's something on the pitch below, or on the field there's a tree around.
Yeah, like if they
Don't
doesn't
park
work,
on the
then
child.
we're goose. Like if it doesn't work, that's why they do so many checks, like all the time, like before we even go near the heli during the day, just to make sure that's working. Like, we do practice as well during the course. What happens when it doesn't work? Like, so at one stage they might just rip the mic out, and you just kind of have to like, oh god, what to do. But,
So what do you do?
You look around for a while and you're like, why is this not working? Oh my god. And then there's kind of like hand signals that you need to learn what to do in certain situations. If you're at a certain stage of landing, then you just go up and around, or
Is there a way of plugging another one in?
Well,
Is
you
there
could
a
try and
spare
turn around
set
and
on
wrestle
there?
the instructor who's took their mic off you, but no.
Yeah, fun.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fun.
What for you has been the most kind of like eye opener when because you said you've seen a bit of it in Athlone. You walk past and going, oh, I'll never be able to do that. Now you're doing it. So what's been the biggest thing for you?
How busy they are. Like, very busy. Like every day there's so much stuff going on, like every single day. Like yesterday I came in and there was an air ambulance, so we did that. Like, as compared to the army, like, not that you're not busy, but like, you have to go do PTs, or you have to go do something else, practice marching or part. Like, it seems like it's more kind of real life here. Like, there's actual operations going on the whole time, like, and every day it's like every single day, like long days. But I enjoy it.
How long was the training? Sorry, I think you might have said it, but now my brain has gone into two different sections of this huge service in the Air Corps. How long has your training been so far?
So it's split up into two. When you apply for the selection course, which is only a week long, but it's really hard, like very hard. The hardest thing I've probably ever done. And then after that, it's about, it can depend, 8 to 12 weeks maybe, roughly, kind of depending on stuff. Kind of. So you're looking total maybe like 3-4 months maybe total.
Not too bad, but you've
just to learn the very basic.
The basic, and then after that you can do top up courses and all of that. What has been the coolest spot you've seen so far? Because he's after saying, can we beat this one? The back of the cars are being dropped and seeing the cliffs of Moher.
Anywhere in the mountains, like once you get the door open and like you just step out and there's just mountains and lakes everywhere, like it is pretty, like you're super focused and panicked on like not crashing, like, but it is, you're kind of looking around, you're like, oh, this is actually class, like,
And the night vision goggles.
I haven't gotten to that yet.
Have you not gotten to do that yet?
That's next up. So
right.
We should be doing that, and I actually don't know, but soon. That's the next stage for us. Like, is the
Yeah.
So everything we just did, we have to do all over again.
All over again?
In the night. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. In the nighttime. So your perception is totally different. You're like literally going around like
it's supposed to be
crawling.
Yeah, everything is supposed to be 10 times slower.
With a very heavy equipment on top of your head.
And expensive as well.
Hopefully the guys will have it all ready for you. And nobody's
Very
unplugged
expensive,
anything on you. Have you any questions?
I have some questions here actually from over there. So this is for you, Jason. So we have some questions here. simple, but like, what's the coolest photo you've taken so far?
Coolest photo.
There could be a few here.
I'd probably come back to that one of the Skelligs. That was, for me, I have family from Kerry. It was such a unique experience to see it from that. And the photo itself, you can see the back of the ramp, you can see the aircraft, and the Skelligs is just like framed in the middle.
Wow.
But then even like day-to-day photos can be very cool. Like there was a passing out ceremony here on Friday, and new pilots got their wings. Got a great photo of the pilots, their back to the camera, and the aircraft flying overhead. Like those opportunities people don't normally get. Now, I'm privileged to be standing in that position to get that photo.
Yeah.
And then once you get used to it, there's no pressure with those shots. It's just more excitement around them. But for me, probably the best photo was that one with the Skelligs.
Do you have any like good tips for? Like, obviously, there can be students interested in photography throughout school life, and they want to do a job. But like to get into what you've done, like, is there any tips there to get into that kind of field?
So for me, it was a bit of a hobby, but
yeah,
when I say a bit of a hobby, I didn't know how to use a camera properly.
Yeah.
I had it in manual, and I was just snapping away.
Yeah.
Coming into photo section, they teach you all the skills. So I got taught all the basics of photography, everything like that. So people don't need to feel like they need to be experienced, heavily experienced. Generally, and similar with the other lads, what they were saying, if you have an interest in the field, they will now try and funnel you into that. I think they're really looking at retention now and keeping people on board. And the way you're going to do that is putting people into areas they're genuinely interested in. Yeah. So don't be nervous that you be taught the skills in your area. It's like
there's resources there. And another question for you. This person is asking, can you recommend any equipment or just any advice in general? But you already gave the advice there.
So with the equipment, that's where we're spoiled. Realistically, if I had to buy the camera equipment I use on a daily basis, I probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
We have two cameras we use. We use an R3, Canon R3, and a Canon R5. Really high spec cameras.
Yeah.
I love the R5. Personally, it's lighter. It's really easy to move around with. But for somebody, if they're just getting into photography and they want to start, you can get a second-hand camera.
Yeah.
There's 3 things you need to learn. Once you learn what those 3 things do, then see if it's of interest to you, and then maybe look at the nicer equipment and things like that.
And you said you were into photography, so in your like leaving cert years, were you like big into like using the camera and everything, or it's just kind of side thing?
For me, it came after school. You know, I'd seen social media.
Yeah.
You scroll through and you see like really nice photo.
Yeah.
You're like, why does that person's photo look better than anything I put up?
Yeah.
And then you want to learn how to do that. For me, that was the draw. We've started touching on a bit of video now as well in our place, and we're learning that as well. It's brilliant and really interesting. Like, so
Yeah.
it's constantly evolving.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, thanks for that. And in the IT sector, like obviously, again, back to school, students, TY 5th, 6th, is there any type of qualities or just things that students do that can kind of help you? If I'm kind of saying, like, just like what can help you get into where you are right now? Like, what can they start doing right now, and just anything physical or just getting like into IT, small things like that?
Just have an interest in it, really. That's kind of thing. When, as kind of the lads were saying, when you kind of get into these jobs, there's roles there for you. So if you have an interest in it, like, we provide the tools, kind of thing. You don't have to be. You're not going to come in like this guru and you're going to know everything about it. Like, you're going to come in and you're going to have people there who are going to have this knowledge and they're going to share it with you. And but like, obviously you have to have that interest and a kind of a bit of bigger work ethic about you as well. Like, you know, don't be afraid to get your hands dirty, get stuck in and kind of figure out things yourself as well. Like, have that bit of get up and go, I suppose, is what you call it. Like, so I say probably don't worry too much if you're coming like the likes of tech services or like the CIS roles. Don't be too afraid of the tech side of it. People do be afraid of it because it is. They feel like when they hear that kind of stuff, it's a bit heavy, but it's not. It's not. When you kind of come in here, we'll make sure that you get to a certain level as well. So you're not going to be just on your own. You're not going to be, and no one's going to expect you to know everything because no one knows everything about it. Even I'm still learning. Nearly 5. Times are changing. We've new radios coming, all this kind of stuff. So it's going to be, the future is going to be busy. Like.
And Stephen, have you, like, maybe I'll say again, I'll base it again for me now back in TY. Have you always wanted to kind of end up where you are right now, or has been changes throughout 5th, 6th, or college, or
a lot of
in your
changes?
journey?
My problem was that I couldn't really decide what I wanted to do forever. Like, so I did loads of things. I was probably in college 3 times, you know, had 100 different types of jobs, moved abroad and all. For me, it would be like, whatever you're interested in, even if you don't think you can do it, just try and like go all in on that one thing like that you want to do.
Yeah.
Really.
And then I guess this is kind of a broad question, but for all of you, is there any new careers opening with AI and drone technology here?
Like sort of definitely drones, I suppose. You like photography and all, leave drones and all that, and we've been using drone equipment as well for just like mapping out areas and stuff like that as well. So geo kind of. So you probably want to talk more about it. You've been operating it longer than we have.
Yeah, like it is interesting. It's definitely something they're looking into. I don't know what's in concrete yet or anything like that, but I know they are looking. Like the drones have gotten so small and so powerful at the moment. Realistically, they probably will be setting up a drone section at some point, and it could be the likes of CIS and the likes of photo section, maybe merging into a cell or something like that. It's one of those jobs where it does have to evolve, and drones are a big part of that. So they will be looking at things like that, and it'll be exciting. It'll be interesting to see what they do with it.
Would you see yourself getting into photography with drones, maybe, or
It is
like
something
that?
we do already.
Yeah.
So even in photo section, I'm only talking about the cameras, but we do a drone course. I did a drone course, and we have really nice Mavic drones there. And it could be something as simple as the ranger wing are doing an exercise and they need an aerial photo of a place to see, to plan out their route or things like that. Or then it could just be, we had one that had birds doing damage on the roof of a building. What's the best way to see that? Just fly a drone up and take photos of the damage, you know? It's completely different ends of the spectrum, but it shows how versatile they are. And I think it's probably realistically the way a lot of things are going to go.
Thanks for that.
I think the AI side of things as well is so new that to see where that's going to end up in your workspace, I suppose, is, it's another bit down the road when they get all those rules and regulations in place. What's next for you, Stephen?
Courses.
EMT
course is probably the biggest one coming up. So
that's the paramedic side of things.
Yeah.
So
that'll be the next big thing. And then after that, hopefully just EES and that, and then can start doing that.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I know you've only been out there about 2.5, 3 months.
Yeah.
Biggest moments? Taking out the comms.
Honestly, yesterday was the first air ambulance I did with neonatal, with a baby. So that was probably a big moment, transferring a baby. Other than that, maybe we flew out to Sligo one of the days. That was for the pilots for practicing formation flying, and that was good crack. Just Sligo Airport and go inside and get a coffee and then come back. It was good.
Sligo for the day.
Yeah.
And now, biggest moment for you?
Just career-wise or airport-wise?
Generally in career.
I've had a good few, in fairness. Now I've been to Syria, I've been to Lebanon, I've been to all these kind of areas. Great experiences for me. Going back to college was a nice experience as well for 3 years. Kind of opened my eyes. When I was in school, I wouldn't be the hardest working lad, to be honest, in school.
Okay.
So it was kind of when you're kind of a bit more mature and you're kind of looking back going, right, well, this is for a career. You do put your head to the grind. It was a nice experience for 3 years. So yeah, I've had a lot of good kind of experiences from the job.
Yeah, because that is an opportunity within the Defence Forces as well, is that if you want to do something and it will further your career, they're happy to help out there as well and get you through college and degrees upon degrees upon degrees, courses on courses.
Exactly.
I'm not going to ask you what your biggest moment is, because I can. It's going to be the Skellig again, isn't it?
Similar in the sense that career-wise, being overseas, Syria it's such a unique experience. Not many people get a chance to see that side of the world.
Yeah.
And it's a privilege in a sense. And then Aircorps-wise, getting to open a window on an aircraft is a unique experience.
Yeah, don't be doing that on the airline
no
now when you're going on your holidays.
Yeah, it's such a unique job. So many opportunities, so many unique experiences. Like, it's hard to just pick one.
Yeah. I mean, like, you've got 10 years.
10 years service.
Yeah, you've got
15, I think now.
15. 4. Well, 4 more than the rest of us. Still, they're quite chunky time frames, you know. So you know, even a week can give you new memories and big moments. Like, you know, everything is different. What would your general piece of advice be for students looking ahead at their careers and finishing up in school?
If it is something you're interested in, I don't think I made the mistake of waiting. And I went and I worked in an office and I hated it. I worked in a butcher's. That wasn't too bad, but it still wasn't for me. I really regretted waiting so long. I should have came in earlier. Sometimes I wonder how far along could I be now if I had came in quicker. So if it is something you're interested in, I'd say don't wait, just go for it. Like, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, just kind of the same. I joined at 18, so I was kind of grand. When I left school, it was kind of my first job. So, but definitely just have a good work ethic. You know, just make sure you apply yourself in anything you kind of do, I suppose. Definitely, if you're thinking of coming into the Air Corps, don't be afraid.
Yeah.
It's a very welcoming place. Don't feel like you have to know everything. You're not going to know everything. And just, as I said, just make sure you have a good work ethic and put your head down. And before you know it, 15 years will fly and you'll have a degree under your belt and you'll be working flat out and you'll be busier than you ever thought you would be. So yeah, definitely.
There's great, community within as well. Not just within the teams that you're working in, but all over the base. Like, the three of you are in totally different sections, and you know, you're standing there before coming over and having a giggle and a laugh, and you know, bit of banter. So there is that good kind of like community base within this. Stephen, you got any advice? I think you're like myself. Like, I think I've tried so many different career paths over the years, and this is where I ended up. This is where I landed. So you know, what try everything.
I don't know. I probably regret not joining
earlier.
Like,
Okay.
but I always thought I never could. To be honest, something I couldn't
Okay.
do, like, or achieve. And then, like, I just said, sure, I might as well try it. Like,
Okay.
So if you're thinking about it or half thinking about it, just do it. Like,
Do it.
And get the fitness up a little bit. You don't need to be crazy. Just get the
Just a
fitness
little
up
bit.
yeah.
Well, they do have great plans on military.ie
Yeah, exactly,
on getting your fitness level up
don't
to
need
what
to
you
be an
need.
athlete, like, but just-
No.
Just be a little bit consistent.
To get through the fitness test.
Yeah. It'll make life a lot easier.
It will. And then you keep up the fitness when you're in here as well, because it's a hell of a long walk from here, from this side of the base, all the way over to number 1 hangar, and you know, and the photography section as well. Like, you know, it's a good walk. You get your steps in here anyway, you know. Well, thanks so much for joining us today and answering questions and giving us a little insight into the 3 different. I mean, like, that's only 3 out of the general services. There's so many other elements to careers here. I'm going to target this lad here now. I'm going to ask him, before we finish up, what stood out for you today?
I think, like, just the broad amount of careers in here. Like, you think about the Air Corps and you think it's just military stuff. It's just, you have pilots and stuff, you have planes, but it's way more than that. The variety of careers and how you can get into here, and just like the possibilities you can do. Like, if that doesn't work, you have your plan B, your plan C. You know, join earlier, join later. Like, there's always a way to get into the Air Corps. And yeah, just the pilots were great to see, because like I want to become a pilot when I'm older. But you know, talking with them, and then also talking to, you know, engineers, whatever it was, ATC. It was all just amazing to talk to these people today and just learn about different careers and see that if my option 1 doesn't work, I have a backup plan. And it was absolutely incredible just to kind of see, again, all these career options that are available, especially here at the Irish Air Corps. So that was an amazing opportunity for me to get an insight into the Air Corps today. So thanks for that.
And the Defence Forces.
Yeah,
They all started
the Defence
somewhere
Forces as well.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
This lad has just come back from Zambia, actually, on a 2.5 week trip. So, yeah, definitely taking TY to the whole level that it's meant to be, and trying out different things. Again, thanks so much for for joining us, and thanks to everybody that is watching us. I was meant to mention where everyone was watching in from. I know that from every corner of Ireland we have a school tuning in, and we have a couple of colleges as well. So thanks again for taking the time, bearing with us when we had some technical issues, and enjoying it. Look, that's what happens when it's live. But thanks so much. I hope you all learned a lot about different careers in general and about career paths here in the Irish Air Corps. If you want to find out more, now I see all the questions that I should have been asking as well. But anyway, look, that's another day. But thanks so much for joining Let's Talk Live here in Casement Aerodrome. Thanks to the Air Corps for having us, and a special thanks to Alex, TY student and mad into aviation, and literally taking TY to another level and joining us on a live today. From engineering to hanging out of helicopters, hanging out of antennas, and opening windows in aircraft. I think everybody can definitely see the enthusiasm and what makes this place special. If you have any questions, pop along to Irish Air Corps Instagram, and lads can answer your questions, no bother. Pop them a DM or pop over to TYHub.ie or avcon.ie. Have a look what we've done with the Air Corps as well, and aviation in general. And last but not least, you have any inclination into wanting to join the Defence Forces and the Air Corps in particular, go on to military.ie. General service is open all year round. You'll see all the other competitions open as well when they're open, what you need to do, the different levels. And just remember that the CAO is not the be all and end all. There are other routes there for you as well, and you don't need the CAO to join the Defence Forces and the Irish Air Corps. And my saying that I love saying from Avcon is, the sky is not the limit, it's only the beginning, and your careers are so ahead of you. Have fun in the future. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you all again soon.
Thank you.
Welcome to the TYHub Work Experience Week with the Irish Air Corps, where your adventure begins. You'll navigate new terrain with map reading, challenge yourselves in survival training. But that's just the beginning.
Where it's called where it's. Cause
Buckle up for exhilaration simulator flight. Ever wonder what it's like to see in the dark?
Good.
And who knows, you might just be our next Top Gun.
Hello, Mommy.
It's your opportunity to discover what it truly takes to soar in your career.
Stand up straight, woman.
So are you ready for your ambitions to take flight? Welcome aboard the TYHub Work Experience Week.
Be part of our crew. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
Looking at the planes, I saw one plane getting taken off. I really enjoyed it.
Looking at the helicopters, I thought they were really cool. Planes as well are really cool. It's mad how big they are in person.
Probably working as a plane mechanic. I think it's very interesting.
This is my crew. We're a tight bunch. We do everything together. I depend on them, and they depend on me. When we say we'll be there, we will be there. In fact, you can bet your life on us. We're like family. When I'm with them, I feel like I belong. Be more. Join the Irish Air Corps.
From Panther 1, it's an Irish Air Corps Learjet 45. The tail number is 258, and the crew are taking pictures of us.
You can be more. More than you ever dreamed. You can be at the edge of your seat. Be overseas. Be playing sports.